Yeah, there we go.
All right, all right, all right.
And again, I dropped you off the screen. There you go. You're back. I got to remember I cannot minimize this.
Yep.
Do I have both of my... Again, drop. That better. That's what happens. That's why you were so... Because when I put you on the other screen, you shrank.
Ah, gotcha.
I had you on the wrong screen. Oh, but there you go. Now you're back to normal size. Let's see if I can get my other account up and running. Both of these go. Of course, nobody knows we're streaming today, so we'll see what happens. We didn't tell anybody.
No, but a lot of people have been asking.
Yeah, everybody wants to know when the stream is happening. So hopefully people will see the announcement and pop in and join us. You want to put an announcement in Discord? Can you do that?
Already on it.
Thank you. All right, so I got both accounts running. Yeah, I do. Okay. And let's see. I want to get the chat going. I want to make sure I have the chat popped out this time, so that I can actually see. Pop out chat. There we go. And a couple of people have showed up. Hey, Zon. I see you too. Thank you. Thank you.
We see you. You have been seen.
Yeah, you have been seen. See if I can resize this a bit.
Wasn't it a Mad Max thing?
I see
But
you.
the guy they spray the stuff in their mouth and like something about being seen.
Oh yeah, from the new one you mean the
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, it was Witness Me, right? Witness me.
right. Yeah. Okay, that's not going to stay popped out, unfortunately. Okay. We'll figure this out though. I'll figure this out eventually.
Oh yeah.
I need a third monitor. That's what I need. I just need a third.
Good to have.
It doesn't even need to be a big one. What I need is one of those like I need a vertically oriented monitor that's like right next to my main monitor, so that I can just look over and have the chat nice and big. It would also help if I was scripting stuff out. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's get this. Come on. There you go. Okay, so how do I... Okay. There we go. Hello, Mr. Fudan. Hello, Andre. Hello, Wimzan. Is that Wim or William? Black Friday, Dell always has good monitors for $99. Yeah, I should think about that. It's coming up soon. Well, not super soon, but fairly soon. All right, so yeah, we are into day 11. Couple of things that are different. Well, first of all, let's talk about the big news, son. We should talk about the big news first, which is, of course, the fusion that's going on, right? So the fusion event is in full swing. And Strategos Islin is a champion that we've had a lot of debate about. I'm one of the few people, the content creators in the community, who seems to be pretty high on this guy. The only other one I've seen who's like, yeah, this guy's going to be great, is Odd One Gaming. Everybody else seems to be saying he's good, but not that good. So this is the debate that we've been having. Now, so let's talk about your clan boss team for a second.
Yeah.
So when you get done with that, let's go look at your clan boss team. But one of the things that we've been talking about is Sun has had a lot of really good pulls that are kind of synergizing well together and coming into a very nice clan boss team that he can run for quite a while. So let's go ahead and pull you up on the main screen. Let's take a look at your clan boss team. Okay, so who's currently on your clan boss team?
So right now I have Deacon, Kill, Jamarsa, Fane, and Wukong.
Okay, so you've got Fane, who's obviously a top tier damage dealer, so she's permanent. She's going to be on your team basically forever.
Yeah.
And then obviously Kale is a very good secondary damage dealer as well. So you've got your 2 damage dealers sorted. Now you don't need 2 damage dealers. You could just go with 1. So you could eventually phase out Kale and just go with Fane by herself. She would probably be enough. But for now, obviously, Kale is your hardest hitting champion. He's great for clan boss. You're not going to take him out. Okay. And now why is Wukong in there?
Because he's one of my other level 50s.
That's a good reason.
I don't
That's
really
a great
have
reason.
any other champ to put there.
He hits hard, and there's no better option. So you've actually got 3 damage dealers. He's not really giving you anything in terms of the debuffs because all of his debuffs basically work in the arena. The one thing that he can do is remove the affinity clan boss's increase attack. So that's not nothing. That is something in addition to his damage that he's bringing, and that could potentially extend your life a few extra rounds. So he does that. Now you have Jamarsa, who is there primarily to heal, and obviously revive. You can get a couple of rounds out of a revive. The other thing she does is she fills turn meter on her heal, right?
Heal, yeah.
Yeah. Now, did you you didn't ascend her, did you?
No.
Okay, I ascended mine. So she has a passive where she can decrease cooldowns if you ascend her, but you need to get her to 3-star ascended. And you're probably not going to level her up anymore, right? Are you capped out on her?
Yeah, she's 4-star, level 40. I'm probably not going to level her up anymore. She's eventually going to be replaced by my Arcanite.
Anchorite.
Anchorite. I keep doing that.
You do keep doing that. You call him Arcanite like every time. That's all right. So Anchorite is going to step in and replace your Jamarsa. Now, Anchorite has a really interesting kit for clan boss. And if you go right to his A2 is the big skill. Yeah. So his A2 will cleanse 1 random debuff, so it's perfect for cleansing the stun. And then in addition, it increases the duration of all ally buffs, right?
Yep.
And this is on a 3-turn cooldown when you book it out. Now, we were talking about the fact that, like, okay, so we're looking at this and we say you've got 3 damage dealers, you've got this support. Right now, you've got 2 supports. This guy gives you a little bit in the way of heals. What's his A3 do again? Because his A3 is also useful for you, right?
Yeah, so, well, his A3 is a full heal on target ally.
Right.
And then also 30% increased crit rate and crit damage on all allies for 2 turns.
Right. Which gives you an opportunity to build Fane at 70% crit rate. You can still get the max crit out of her. Plus, you don't really need her to be hitting really hard with her regular skills because she's a poisoner, right? She brings that weaken, she brings that decreased defense. Kale is going to be doing a lot of damage from his poisons. Once you get everybody up to 6 stars, you're going to have all of those extra procs from like the War Master or Giant Slayer masteries once you put those on them.
Yep, exactly.
So now Anchorite's giving you more survivability. Now, this really is a better champion for a killable clan boss team. This is not something that you necessarily would prioritize for a killable clan boss team because you can't extend the unkillable buffs. You can't extend unkillable. You can't extend block damage. You could extend like a block debuffs buff or something. You could extend an increased defense, but all of those for the most part are good ways to extend the life of a killable clan boss team. So we were talking about this and we're like, what do you really need to add to this team to extend the life of it? And what did we say? What was our conclusion?
A tank.
Yeah, right. You
I need a tank.
You need a tank that's got increased defense, shields, ally protect, maybe a strengthen, right? Like those are the 4 buffs that keep you alive the longest. Also a decrease attack, right? Decrease attack is going to be huge, but you have the decrease attack on Fane, I think, right?
Yeah, it should have decreased defense and weaken, and then decrease attack on the A2.
Yeah, so what we really need to get you is a tank that's going to keep you alive. And this guy, this Strategos Islin, he fits
pretty solid for that.
He fits perfectly. He fits perfectly into, like, I don't think he's really a clan boss champion. I don't think in the long run he's a clan boss champion. But I do think for your particular needs at the moment, he would be a perfect fit.
Yeah.
So if we'll go back to my screen here now, I'm just going to look at Islin now. Now I did a preview on this guy. I got a lot of pushback. From my preview. People did not like my preview. Some people were like, "Hey, you convinced me. I didn't think the guy was good, but now after your preview, I think maybe he is good." And a lot of people were like, "He's trash. Nobody should go for him. He's a Vault Guardian." He's awful in Hydra. He's awful everywhere. There's no use for this guy. And I was astonished to hear that because I thought the preview was pretty convincing. I was like, you know what? I think he's legit. So let's look at Islin now. Now, the thing I did say in my preview, and I know Sun remembers because he edited the preview, obviously. But the thing I was talking about in the preview was like, this guy's going to be very survivable. So survivable that I think in order to keep him sort of balanced, they might have to give him like 1,350 defense. And I clearly stated, you can go watch the preview. I said, if he has 1,500 or more defense, he will never die. And here we can see him now in game. He's got 1,520 defense and 19.5 thousand HP. Now, the 19.5 thousand HP is just on the bubble of being like a lot. Like it's a good amount for a tank that's a defensive based tank. If he was an HP based champion, this would have to be at least over 20k. But he's not. Like his heals are based on his defense, not necessarily his HP. But obviously, it's a percentage heal. So the higher the HP, the bigger the heal. Right. So he's got almost 20k HP. He's got 1.52k defense. And he's got a base speed of 102. He's got 50 resistance. Not everybody gets 50 resistance. So he's even got some resistance. He's got a little bit of accuracy in his kit. So I'm looking at these stats and I'm like, this passive is silly. Whenever this champion is attacked, heals themselves by 1% for each 500 defense this champion has. He's got 1,500 defense, which means he gets a 3% heal if he's naked. Like if you don't have any gear on him, he's going to get a 3% heal every time he's hit. In wave content, he could potentially be hit 5 times. That's 15% heals. Now, obviously, you're going to want to put more defense on him and all that stuff, but good base speed. He's going to get plenty of turns. So if you put him in regen gear and immortal gear, he's going to get all of those heals. Every time he's hit, he's going to get a heal. He's never going to die. He's never going to die. Now, I did watch NOOB review of him. He tried him out in a Hydra team. And what we found out is disappointing. Because the ally heal doesn't work right. I think it's a glitch. I hope they patch it. I really hope they fix it.
They put out an update that they're going to patch it where right now if he's at full health, he technically doesn't heal his allies because he's not getting a heal. But they're going to change that. They
are going to change it. They announced that. Yeah. That's huge. Mm-hmm. Okay. So once they fix that, like a lot of people are like, oh, he's even worse than I thought because he's got this glitch. But that clearly wasn't working as intended. So now, once it's working as intended, I think he's going to be even stronger, right? But here's the thing. Forget about that. I don't even care about the ally heal. Like, the ally heal is fine. It's whatever. But if I'm building a Hydra team, I'm going to build somebody else with heals. Do you know? He's not the only healer on the team. So he's just like a top-up, right? There's going to be some other major healer. But here, like in Clan Boss, when we're talking about your Clan Boss team, we're like, okay, so we've got this...
That would be such an awesome champ.
A3 that has ally protection and increased defense. We know that ally protect and increased defense are the two most important buffs for keeping your team alive. Right? He gets the counter attack, which is just more damage because his A1 doesn't do anything to the Clan Boss. But it would be more procs for War Master. Then you've got a shield on him as well. So even though he's got the ally protect up, he's going to have the shield that's going to mitigate. Then he's going to heal when the Clan Boss attacks him. So, 2 of the Clan Boss attacks are AoEs. If he's healing his team as well, he's healing your entire team based on his personal heal. He's going to be putting 30% of that heal out there.
Yeah.
Right. Now, this is the one thing that I think has gotten overlooked, and even I overlooked it. It says heals all other allies under ally protection buffs placed by this champion by 30% of the skill's initial heal. Now, the initial heal scales off of his defense, but even though it doesn't say it, it's his HP that it also scales off. It scales off of both. The higher his HP, the higher the heal. So if he has twice, say, the HP of like your nuker, and let's say he has 5,000 defense. So he's going to heal himself for 10% of his heal. And so you think, okay, well then, the nuker's only going to get 3%. But they're going to get 3% of a heal that's based on a larger HP pool. So he's going to get 6% heal. And it's from every hit. It's not even from, or it's from every attack, I should say. It's not even from every turn. So potentially in wave content, you can get those heals out multiple times, especially with those provokes. So we were looking at this and we're like, okay, now we've got Anchorite who extends these buffs. So on a 4-turn cooldown, that would be 3 turns up and 1 turn down. Which if you speed tune properly means it's always up when you get hit.
Yeah.
Right? So you could have 100% uptime on the boss's hits. That would be insane champion for you.
Yeah, that it would.
and we've just spent 10 minutes talking about how insane this champion would be for your clan boss team. And then we decided, we were going to look into it. We're going to see if we could actually do it. And the nice thing that we were seeing was that all of the point totals for all of the events and tournaments are lower because we're like level 39. So we don't even have to go for the full point totals. However, this morning we woke up and we looked at the summon rush. And the summon rush has the full point totals. You still need 2,150 for the first 5 champion fragments. You still need 3,000 for the next 10. And since we can't skip like a champion chase or a summon rush, you have to get at least 5 fragments from each of those. And you have to complete the other one. We realized there's no way to do it. In order to do this, we would have to be able to get 6 sacreds. And we think if we tried really, really hard, we might be able to get 3. And so that means there's no way to complete this. We could potentially get these 5 fragments here and then have no resources left for the champion chase. So the only way to get through would be to win both tournaments. Like we'd have to win at least one, but I think we would miss 10 in both of them. So if we got 5 in this event and we got 5 in the champion chase, that would leave us 10 short, and we would have to win both tournaments. Now, if you look at the tournaments right here, the first one is the champion training tournament. And you can already see, like, the top guy here's got 3,065 points. Now, if we're going for 3,700 points, like, this is not too far. But this is in the first, 5 hours of this tournament? Or no, it's day and 5 hours. I think it was a 4-day tournament. So we still have 2.5 days, 2 3/4 days here. So this, this top number is probably going to top the 6,300 for the epic tome. So talk about all the extra resources you have to put in to potentially win this tournament. So I think
the odds of us pulling that off are pretty minimal.
So I think what I'm going to do just for fun is I'm going to hang around. I'm going to see what we have time. Right? I'm going to keep champion training. I'm going to keep doing it. There are all these free resources out here. I want this ancient shard. I want this epic tome if I can get it. In the Fire Knight tournament, like, why not go into Fire Knight? Let's get some silver. Maybe you can get some gems or a 4-star chicken. Maybe you can even win some Relentless gear. Like, there are other rewards here, even if you're not going for the fusion. So my intention is to hang around for the first couple of days and see what happens in this champion training tournament. Now, if this champion training tournament is within striking distance, if I'm there and I'm 1,000 points away from the top guy, I could make a run at it. I could just go all in and see if I could win this champion training tournament. That would give me 5 additional fragments. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking maybe if I can get those 5 fragments from the summon rush, I've got another week to figure out how to get to the champion chase. And the one thing that's in my corner a little bit is that there's a 2x void shard event during the champion chase. And I've only got 3 void shards. Maybe I could have 5 by next week. And then if you hit on a legendary, that's 650 points. Even the rares are 50 points. So you're talking about, maybe 800-900 points there. You're probably going to need another 2,000 points over there. And then you got to win another tournament. And I think the actual tournament is a champion chase tournament. So it's like, you'd have to dump everything. I'd have to dump all my ancient shards, all my mystery shards, like save up all my mystery shards for the next week, have like 500 mystery shards to pull, and then hope I pull a bunch of rares in those 500 shards, like keep farming rares in campaign, like save a bunch of energy and make a crazy play for that champion on that day. And that completely sounds not reasonable because I'm free to play. And a spender can just pull out his wallet and say, well, I'm going to buy $40 worth of, sacred shards and top this dude by 2,000 points.
Yep.
So Realistically, it sounds ridiculous. But for right now, just for fun and to see what happens, I'm going to stick around. I'm not going to say no yet, but I'm saying probably not. But if something goes crazy, having this champion on a starter account would be unreal. I mean, he would help you in every single dungeon. He would help you in every single bit of wave content. You put him in arena, forget about arena. The guy is he can 4v1. You could put him up against Wukong and just laugh at Wukong. Right? Because who cares about the block buffs? Like, all right, so you're gonna take away my increased defense that I'm not that worried about anyway. You know, and it's like you're still gonna heal me with that attack. So anyway, that's where we stand right now. So I want to get into chat and I want to see what people are saying. Is, you know, I'm still going for this champion on my main account. I will be going on this main account. It would be really fun. I would love to see Sun get this. If I could somehow give you my extra shards and like one of us could get this champion, I totally would. I totally would, because I would love to see him on an early game account and just how much he could do, you know. But anyway, okay, so let's see what's going on in chat here. So Great Dane is here. What's up, Dane? Geody's here. Hello. We got Why So Serious. Sylar, easy arena. I do like Sylar. Sylar is great everywhere. Bo says, Strategos feels like a jack of all trades, master of none, which is why I assume lots of people don't really like him or going to waste so many resources to get him. Yeah, I don't know that I feel like he's a jack of all trades, master of none. I feel like he's useful in a lot of places. You're right that he's versatile, but so is Scylla the Drakes, right? Like Scylla the Drakes is very versatile. You can have good champions that have good kits that are generally useful. And in fact, as a free-to-play player, you usually want several of those champions. But I don't know that he's the master of none. I think he is already the most survivable champ in all of Raid. I think he's if you've ever played an MMO and you've played with a regen tank, like old school vanilla WoW paladins, you know, like they're unkillable because they out heal the damage that's coming in. You stack defense, you stack HP, you don't care about any other stat. You put regen gear on him. And you just watch him laugh at the world. It's like a paladin with his bubble on. He's smacking you with a tiny little hammer like a million times to kill you, but you're literally doing no damage to him. So in that sense, I think he's a master of survivability. But I don't think too many people are touting him for that. I don't think people are talking about that. They're all fixated on his A3, which is the ally protect, right? It's up for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. Why? Vergis has it on a 3-turn cooldown. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? And this is the thing. This is the thing that's driving me nuts about this guy. His synergies are sick. So if we look at Vergis, here's Vergis, right? So this is Vergis's passive. Wait, actually, it's the A2, right? Okay. So this places a 50% ally protection buff on all allies except this champion for 2 turns and places an increased defense buff on this champion for 2 turns. So I keep seeing this comparison. Son, I'm going to shrink you down a little.
Not me. No.
Yeah, going to shrink you down. Okay. So this is the skill that everybody keeps comparing to Islin's skill, right? Which is, okay, it's a 50% ally protection and a 60% increased defense, and those things are the same. And this books down to a 3-turn cooldown, and it's up for 2 turns. So everybody's saying this is an epic that does the same job better. Right? But if we look at this champion, one of the things that really makes him strong is also that he gets this continuous heal buff and an increased speed and a reflect damage on himself when he's soloing. He's a solo champion. Like, you can use him as a great solo. So he puts continuous heal on himself. He puts an increased speed buff on himself. He puts reflect damage. So when you hit him, he returns damage. And then you talk about his passive, which places a shield buff on this champion equal to 10% of his HP whenever he is hit. This is on a 1-turn cooldown. So every single turn you hit him and he puts up a shield, and then he gets a second continuous heal buff if he drops below 50% HP. So this guy's really hard to kill. And he's one of the OG soloers. He's like one of the original unkillable regen tanks in the game. And he's doing this off of continuous heals with a 16,000 HP pool and a 1300 defense pool. And instead of a continuous heal here that he gets when he drops below 50%, Islin gets all of this. He gets the shield. He gets a bigger shield. He doesn't get it as a passive. It's an active skill, but he gets it. He gets it. And he's got 1500 defense and 20k HP. Right now, here you have
Team Sun in the house.
What's that?
Yeah, I finally got a chance to say something. I said Team Sun in the house.
Oh, okay. So, and then now here we've got, ally defense in dungeons by 33%, which is a really nice defensive aura. But again, if we go to Islin and we look at his aura, and you're like, okay, it's accuracy in battles by 60%. But remember, like, he has this provoke, right? He has the decreased speed. And the decreased speed will increase his survivability in dungeons because it's weird. I think it'll increase his survivability in dungeons because he actually gets more survivable the more he gets hit, which is weird. But it will reduce the number of hits coming in. So he'll take more turns per round. And if you have him in regen, he's just going to, he's going to heal himself that way as well. But I actually don't know if it matters. I really don't know if it matters. I like this guy so much. I think obviously, you know me. I love tanks. I love tanks. Tanks are fantastic, and the thing. Yeah, the thing about a free-to-play player, I've got my stool here's in the way. Sorry. The thing about a free-to-play player is you're always looking for solutions, not necessarily speed. Like, I just want to do things that I can't do otherwise. And I think this guy is going to enable us to do things that we couldn't otherwise do. And if it's not fast, who cares? I don't care that much about speed. They just gave us Newt. Do you know what I mean? They just gave us Newt 2 months ago. Newt does everything fast. So if you've been around for long enough to grab yourself a Newt, you don't need another one. You don't need another Newt. He's the champion that kills bosses the fastest everywhere. Now what you need to keep them alive. You need to keep your team alive. Put Newt with this guy as a duo. Newt never gets hit. When he does get hit, this guy heals him up. He's got an ally protect. He's got an increased defense. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be fun. And free-to-play players who get both fusions are going to be like, this is sick. Put him in a composition with Emic. Right, this is ridiculous. This is just a silly idea. I mean, I don't think you have to do this, but it's like, we've got Emic from last month, right? So Emic's going to have this shield up, and he decreases the cooldown of ally skills. That ally protection is now down to a 3-turn cooldown, right? And this is on a 3-turn cooldown, so it will always be on a 3-turn cooldown. And then, the only thing here is that you've got the taunt. Now, provoke overrides taunt, if you don't know that. So if you put both of these guys out there, nobody else is ever going to get hit. It's like you could just run them together. Why not? They're the two most survivable champions in the game at this point. It's ridiculous. You can defeat everything. It'll take you a year, but you'll run down every single. You will max out Iron Twins. You will max out Iron Twins. Everybody's looking for a solution for Iron Twins because it's a pain in the butt to get in here and beat this. Right? And so if you don't have Geomancer and the Helicath and you're not running that team, you're looking for a solution. This guy's a solution. All right. So I've ranted about Islin for like 20 minutes.
Classic mistake.
Yeah, people are like, all right, we've heard enough. I'm excited. I'm kind of excited and I'm kind of scared because I feel like I'm one of the only people in the community who's like, get this guy. He's awesome. And so if he turns out to be awesome, if I can if I can get him and put him in a video and I'm like, look at what I'm doing with this guy. Look, I just crushed Brutal Hydra with this guy. Do you know what I mean? People are going to be like, wow, Colred was right. That was a really good call on a champion that the community decided to pass on. And if I'm wrong all the way wrong. If I am wrong, I am so incredibly every single person out there who's been like, nah, I don't think this guy is I don't think this champion is good, is going to be able to say, man, I'm smarter than that content creator.
Yeah.
I don't know why I need to watch his videos anymore. Yeah, so you know that's the debate here. All right. Anyway, I want to get back to chat and see what people are saying. All right. Mr. Fudan says, sound like a long shot on my free account. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Andre says, I'm going for him. I can take all the Hydra champs I can get. Yes, absolutely. Photius is here. Hello and salute. Kate of the Dead is here. Hello, Kate. Team Sun in the house with my new Cold Heart. Super happy.
Team Sun.
Congratulations on the Cold Heart. Noah says, what's up, Colred? Vergis is on my main team. Good for you. Vergis is a very good champion. Very good champion. Bo says, Vergis 2.0. I think he is. In some ways, he's somewhere between. I don't even know what I would call. So Odd One called him Krisk 2.0, and obviously that's not quite right either. But he's somewhere between Vergis and Krisk. I think that's the space he's going to occupy. Great Dane says hashtag Team Red. So we got somebody there. We got a Suzanne Johansson. Hi, Sun Team. Hello, Suzanne. Artak, Vergis, Tomb Drank, Cardiel, Ilsinia, Alsgore, Crimson Horn is my main squad. Yeah, you pulled Cardiel. I remember when you pulled Cardiel, and I'm just like, you've already got Artak. Artak and Cardiel that's a silly combo, right? Because now you've got the ally attack on the HP activation, like the HP burn activation on the A1. Is it? No, the HP burn activation is on the A2. It's the HP burn extension, I think, on the A1, right? So you get to extend the debuff an extra turn and then activate it, and it will never come off. Knock is here. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Knock. Remus, welcome. Snow King, hello. All right. I do want to let everybody know. This is kind of a big deal for us, but we did get monetized this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1,000 subscribers.
So we hit our 1,000 subscribers, and YouTube says it could take up to a month once you apply for monetization to actually get monetized. But it took like less than a day, less than 24 hours. We got monetized. So we are now monetized. We haven't done much with it other than turn it on. So you may be seeing ads. I don't know if you were already seeing ads, but if you were already seeing ads, it won't feel any different to you. But now we are starting to get ad revenue, which is kind of cool for us. I think yesterday we made 96 cents.
A whole less than $1.
A whole less than $1. 96% of $1. So that was a good day. I mean, the day before we made 0 cents. So that's an infinite increase in terms of percentages.
I could have bought 19 coffees with that like 70 years ago.
Right. right.
Come on, man.
So
Don't hate.
So we are monetized. We also now, for our live streams, we have super chats and super stickers, I think they're called. Right? Is that what I should increase your size? I don't know why you're still shrunken down. Sorry about that, son.
Yeah, we probably do. I don't know if it's actually turned on, but
I think it is turned on. I don't know how it works though. I've never actually used them before. So we do have super thanks and super stickers or whatever they're called. And so I would just watch one little video, and one of the things that YouTube recommends is that you tell people what you would be spending the money on if you got directly supported from your viewership. And so I don't really expect a whole lot in, like our viewership is pretty small. We're mostly free to play players. We don't spend money on the game. Why would we spend money on a stream? But in case anybody feels like it, it might come out there. And basically what we've talked about is we want to put some money into the production of the videos. I need a third monitor. I was just talking about that. That would really help me out with live streams. We've also talked about improving the camera because this camera is not great. Sun's camera isn't great. They're just webcams, and we're not looking to go for like $3,000 cameras, right? We're just looking for a slightly better web camera.
Yeah, my audio through OBS, through Discord, and then to the stream is. I promise I don't sound this terrible.
Yeah, so we want to get you a real microphone. So probably the first bit of revenue, whatever we happen to generate, whether it's from live streams or videos or whatever you have, we're probably just going to put it directly into audio and video equipment and maybe a monitor for me. And then at some point we would like to be able to feed ourselves. So
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I think that's the eventual goal, is to get to the point where we can eat every day. Because, that helps in making videos. When you've eaten every day, you can have the energy to be creative. Holy cow. Oh, we got our first, I don't even know what it's called. What is it?
Snap.
What is it? Great Dane has sent us $2 and he shouted out, "Go for the fusion." And it says, "Celebrate the first super chat from Great Dane." Well, thank you for the super chat. So we now have $2 in chat revenue, which is awesome. We are, you have by yourself more than doubled the revenue that all of our videos have gotten so far, Great Dane. So 96 cents from videos and $2 from Great Dane. So thank you so much. That's exciting. So it did work, and that's what it looks like. And I don't know if we can customize those in the future and maybe get, some like Colred Plays kind of graphics there. But that's a number one with, it looks like little balloons and stuff like that. So cool. Yeah. So thanks so much for testing it out. I appreciate it. So this is exciting. It's exciting to be monetized. It's exciting to be at a point where like maybe we can start improving the stream and the videos based on some revenue we might get from the channel. And then I think long term, our goals would be to be able to do this full time as opposed to doing it full time and not getting paid.
Yeah, I was about to say.
We'd like to be able to do this 40 hours a week and make a living at it, as opposed to doing it 60 hours a week and making nothing at it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the goal. Okay.
I was about to say, that's a hell of a meme right there, man.
Yeah. We'd really like this to make this our full-time job at this point. But I think we're quite a ways away from that. We might be 6 months or a year away from that. But every little step is a step in the right direction. So.
Yep, that is true.
Wow, Knock, thank you. Food is a stretch goal. Get that monitor. That's right. That's a good point. Monitor first, food later.
Yep.
Yeah, I can tighten my belt. But that third monitor is going to be great. So thanks for the $5. That is awesome.
Thanks,
all right, so let's talk to chat here for a second. Snow King, hello everyone. We said hello, and then Noah says, "Yeah, Artak and Cardiel is a crazy duo, and Tomb Drang adding another AOE HP burn on the A2. Yes, for more activations." Kate says, "Congrats, guys! Thank you so much. It's been really fun. It's been really exciting. It did not take as long as we originally thought it was going to, and this was kind of funny. The journey was very up and down because." When we first really started going, when we started making big videos and pushing hard, that was July 21st. July 21st. And a few days after that, we started blowing up. We had a video. It was like how to choose your next 6-star video. That started blowing up. And that pushed us. That pushed us like into the belief that this could happen. We started getting a lot of subs. At one point, we were getting 50 or 60 subs a day. And so we were originally thinking, hey, maybe we'll get monetized by like October or November. And then we started getting 50 to 60 subs a day. And we were like, we could be monetized by the end of the month, like by the end of July. And then
not by the end of July. No, I think originally we were talking about, oh yeah, wouldn't it be great if we get monetized by like October? And then those started coming in like, wow, we could maybe do it by September. And then it's like, we're going to do it before the end of August.
Yeah, we were 100% sure it was going to happen in August. But it was flying. That's what, when I said the end of the month, I didn't mean the end of July. I meant the end of August.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like we had that Saturday where I lost internet. Remember, I lost the internet. I couldn't get a video out on a Saturday. And it was like the world fell apart. The whole channel collapsed. And for a week, we weren't getting any views. We were barely getting any subs. We dropped all the way down to like 4 subs one day. So we went from 65 to like 4. And so now we're like, now we're worried about getting monetized by October again. And then we kind of, we just kept pushing. We just kept grinding, kept our eyes on the prize. And
Yep.
and then we were able to get it done by the end of August. We bounced back. We never hit that peak of 65 subscribers again, but I think we got several days where we were in the 20s, a lot of days in the teens, and every day making moves forward, making progress. And we got monetized on, I guess technically we got approved on the 30th, right? Or the 29th. We got approved on the 29th and monetized on the 30th. So pretty cool. So all told, about 5.5 weeks. I'm failing farming here. I don't know why that's happening.
I know that feeling.
That's so annoying. Yeah. All right. So, hey, Great Dane threw it again. He says, "Get that monitor." Another $10 from Great Dane. Thank you so much. We'll be shooting for that monitor. And as soon as I get to that $99, I'll be looking for some deals on Amazon. But absolutely, thank you so much. That's the second one from Great Dane.
Thank you.
I think Knock threw $5 after Great Dane threw 2, and he was like, "No, I'm not going to be outdone."
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I'm going big. All right, so hey, you forget for people, 31 of us watching, only 9 likes. Smash that like button. That's what Bo says. Thank you. But wait, how am I supposed to say smash that like button?
Oh,
all right.
Yeah, there you go.
So let's see. Ads were already there. Mr. Fudon says yes. So Noah says, I monetized. Let's go, bro. So hyped, man. Forever Team Colred. Noah is my hype man extraordinaire. I appreciate it, Noah. Snow King says, doing great. Just waiting to get off work for a nice 3-day weekend. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that weekend myself. We will have some videos lined up for the weekend, but I won't be here. So they will be pre-recorded, and we'll have some good stuff for you this weekend.
It'll just be me. You have to deal with me.
Yeah. Tomorrow's video is going to be good. People should be excited about that one. They've been asking about it for a while. So I like to tease the stream, don't I? I never tell them quite all the information. Yeah. I don't know why that is. I'm holding it back. It's like a secret I don't want to let out. We haven't published a video. You got to wait to find out what's going on. So, but okay. So gotta love the extra day. I'm starting my 3-day weekend as well, says Knock. Yes. Okay, let's say. Ken is back. I am reading a book, but I liked it for me to watch you later. There you go. I don't mind when you watch it. Tomas Barco says, Hi, Tomas. Welcome back. Pulled my 5 sacrets for the fusion. Ruined my 12 shards mercy. Was hoping no Lego yet. You wait for 1-1, but pulled a Valkyrie. That's worth it. Valkyrie is outstanding. She's really good, and she's usable in a lot of places. Man, you put her in a clan boss team and increases your damage like nothing. You can use her in wave content. She's got an AoE counterattack. There are only 3 champions in the game who have that. My contention is that she's got the best of the 3, because you also get a giant shield on that counterattack. Mr. Fudan says it did not
counterattack.
Yes, counterattack is great. If you pulled, what's it? Is it Skull Crusher? If you pulled Skull Crusher, which is the epic that has the AoE counterattack, he also has an ally protect, and so that would suit you really well. We're obviously going to be pulling shards. Well, next week it's voids, so I don't know if we're going to be pulling shards that would get you a Skull Crusher, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
So Mr. Fudan says, it did not take long for you because you have a niche in the content area no one is talking about free to play like you are. They are all on end game content. I think that is part of it. I'm a little bit concerned my audience will outgrow me. So I want to make sure I'm making content for like the mid game as well and into the beginnings of the late game. And every once in a while, I think it's good for new players to see that as a free to play player, you can still get all the way to end game. So I don't want to neglect end game content entirely. I want to show you what I do in the end game because it looks different than what the other content creators do. It looks so different. I don't do anything that they do. I can't. With a few exceptions. I've gotten a lot of the fusion champions over the last year and a half. So if the fusion champions are key to a composition, sometimes I can make those compositions work. But a lot of times their solutions for endgame, like they talk about the meta champions. I don't have the meta champions. So I just got to make do with what I've got. And I think that's good for free to play players to see. Okay, so let's see. What else do we got here? We've got Thomas Barkos who says, pull my... Oh, we already said that. Yeah, the Valkyrie. Great Dane says, hell yeah, go big. Snow King says, finally got Yannicka pulled halfway on your Carl. Yannicka is nice primarily because she's Spirit Affinity, and she does hit pretty hard. So that's not bad. Hey, did you just level up? Did you just hit 40?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I'm on multi-battle. I'm just farming away. Great
nice.
Dane's like, that's why we want to see you do the fusion on the new accounts. Like, if the fusion was possible to do.
Yeah, if there was any way to make it work, we would go for it. It would be a huge...
Summon Rush wasn't... I would love to have that champion so bad.
I actually, like, in terms of the free-to-play account, if I pull Sacred Shards, that's the guy I'm going to want to pull. Like, he's actually the guy I want to pull. So, I would love to get him as a fusion so I could pull somebody else. But if I pull him on a shard, I'm going to be super excited.
Yeah.
All right, so Bryce says, hey, guys. Hey, Bryce, welcome back. That would be an awesome video. What free-to-play mid-game looks like, and same for endgame. Yeah, it's actually my intention to do what endgame... Like, I want to do an update, like a monthly update on my main account. So you can see, like, what does a 26-month free-to-play account look like? What does a 28-month free-to-play account look like? How much progress can you make in a month at that point? How many shards do you get? How many resources are you pulling? Mr. Fudan says, if you ask one of those other content RSL peeps about how do you do endgame stuff with only free-to-play champs, they would lose their mind and have nothing to say. They avoid talking free-to-play. And Mr. Dan says, they took shortcuts to get to the end game. I don't know that I 100% agree with you. I understand where you're coming from. I think that the end game content creators try really hard to simulate free-to-play content, like free-to-play. You know what I'm going to do here? Let's see. There we go. I can see my expressions a little bit more clearly. I think they try really hard. And like, for instance, one of the things that I know how Hades does is he will often take off like the accessories on when he's gearing somebody out to try to get his gear stat totals down a little bit more reasonable. But they're still not that reasonable, right? Like, even if he only puts 5 pieces of gear on somebody, instead of all 9, they're still ridiculous gears. He's still got a completed great haul. So it's hard to hit those totals sometimes. And it's hard to know. This is annoying. I keep losing this. It's hard to know what totals make sense for free-to-play players if you're not a free-to-play player. So if you're like, hey, I can get 8k defense on my Valkyrie, so maybe a free-to-play player can get 6. It's like, you know how hard it is to get 6k defense on a champion as a free-to-play player, even if you've been playing 2 years? It's really hard. You can do it, but you can't do that and get all the accuracy and get all the resistance and get all the HP and get all, you can't do everything. So I think that sometimes they do their best and they want to present options to the community because they know the community has more free-to-play players than it has, pay-to-play players. But you can't simulate the experience of actually being free to play. Like, even if you run a free to play alt account, you can't simulate what that experience is, especially in the first 6 months of an account. It's like, you can simulate it for the first 6 months of an account. You can't simulate it really beyond that point because nobody plays their alt account for 3 years as free to play. They play it for 6 months to show it off, and then they start another one to do another video series. So the free-to-play mentality changes after the first, few months. It's like, oh, you got Scylla the Drakes. That's great. Hey, you got a great champion, Scylla the Drakes. No. If you're a free-to-play player and you get Scylla the Drakes, you're like, I'm putting her everywhere. I will strip everybody's gear off to build this champion as well as possible. And she goes in every team. Why is she in your clan boss team? Because she is. Because she's my best champion. You get Arbiter and everybody's like, oh, Arbiter is an arena specialist. Not if you're free to play. If you're free to play, she's got a weaken on her A1. She goes against every boss you've got. That 30% turn meter fill and increase attack, that helps your nukers out. You have her in wave content. And it's like, end game content creator is putting Arbiter in Doom Tower waves, right? But I do. I have to. So I think it's hard to simulate the mentality. All right, let's see.
Yeah, I guess I hit 40.
All right, congrats.
I hit the Forge Pass. Oh, and that means I get access to Doom Tower too, huh?
I think Doom Tower's 40. It's either 40 or 42. I think Iron Twins is 42 for some reason. But yeah, so a couple of things you should do today is, one, do as much of that Forge Pass as you can. You can't get to the end, but if you can get any resources in there, it's just free stuff. And most of the daily like quests that you need to do are really easy. All you have to do is pay attention for 5 minutes and it's done. And then the other thing is we should get you in a Doom Tower and start pushing those waves, because that's free stuff. And there's a void shard out there you could get by next week at floor 40 if we can get you past Bommel. Now, getting past Bommel is going to be a giant pain in the butt, but you have Jamarsa and Anchorite, and you have Apothecary, so you might have the supports that could potentially get you through if we don't mess up the fight. It's a tricky fight.
Ooh, free ancient shard. Yes, please.
Just as free-to-play players need to realize everything scales down. So just because a whale has a 10k attack Baron, he will still do the same as your Baron to your enemy. Everything scales down. Yeah, but there's something called a state change, right? Where if you scale down too far, the result changes. So everything scales down, everything scales up, but if you can't hit a threshold that's necessary for either survival or victory, then who cares if it scales up or down? Right? Like I built a Bommel one-shot team. I watched YST's video, and he's got a Bommel one-shot team, and I had all the champions I needed in order to do that. And I put all my best gear on it. And I speed tuned it, and it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And I only get like 90 to 95% of the top Bommel's damage off in one shot. I can't one-shot him. I can't.
What level is the Bommel guy?
He's hard Doom Tower floor 90. So he's very, very tough. And it's crazy to think you can one-shot this guy. And it's a beautiful team, and that's why I ran it. You need Nishak, Vermin Lord. You have to have him. You also have to have at least one ally attack, if not two ally attacks. I have Cardiel and I have Ferric the Fat, so I have the two ally attacks. You need a weaken out there, so I can either run Helicath or Arbiter. And then you need... what else do you need? There was something else you need. But you also need to be able to get through the waves and get to it like in the right timing and stuff. And so I've never one-shot the boss. I've one-shot the lower levels of the boss with the same team, but I've never been able to one-shot the level 90 boss. Now, I can beat him like a third of the time, because as long as Helicath survives one extra round, the poisons will kill Bommel.
Yeah, I have a feeling even trying the first level of Doom Tower, I'm going to get whooped.
Yeah, you are. And that's the way that's going to work for a while. But my point being...
Should I even be trying to do this?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. See how far you can get.
Let's give it a shot.
Let's see how far you can get. But my point being to Joe that, like, it doesn't necessarily just... It's not just a matter of scale. It's a matter of the fact that there are state changes. Right? Like, at some point having, like, you know, like going from 4,500 to 4,501 defense is just one defense. But at some point, there's a number where if you have one more defense, you survive, and if you have one less, you die. And so that 1 point of defense is more valuable than any other 1 point of defense, right? It's like the thing that keeps you alive, the thing that allows you for victory. So it's not just that it scales, it's where you are on the scale. He did say my alt is free to play is 2 years old, so you've played free to play for a long time, so very good, and you've placed in plat twice, which is nice. I mean, my bet is you haven't placed plat in a while, unless you just happen to get super lucky with your pulls. Now, arena is definitely one of those places where it's like skill really does matter. So I believe you can be a very good arena player and do very well just based on your knowledge of what's going on. But you still have to have a certain level of power, and then you have to play very hard to get into plat as a free-to-play player. I've gotten into plat like 3 or 4 times. I've never finished a day in plat, and I don't think I ever will. So, VX Brant says, Syl carried me through everything. She carried me through everything, too. Syl is an amazing champion. Everybody knows she's an amazing champion, and she's still undervalued because she's free. Like, if you could only pull her from a shard, she would be rated super high. But the fact that you get her free, people are like, she's not that good. Yes, she is. Nox says, Syl is a great example. She's still in Hydra for me on my alt. She's everything. Bryce says it ends in 5 days, unfortunately. I'm not sure what that ends in 5 days is. Great Dane says, tell us how to beat Bommel. Yeah, we'll talk about it in just a second. Bryce says the big difference they have, like Colred plays, was getting at is they have choice. Most of them have pages of built-out champs. That's a big part of it. Yeah. And that's where their knowledge comes from, right? They have so many. So when they see a champion who said, let's say they have 2 champions and one is clearly a better version of the other champion. The other champion gets downgraded because in relation, that's the worst champion. But if you don't have the better champion and you only have the worst champion, but that worst champion can get the job done, then that becomes your best champion, right? That's the champion that got the job done. Who cares if it's not as good as the other one? And as a free-to-play player, I don't need the better one now because I'm not looking for a slightly better solution to the same problem. I'm looking for a solution to another problem, a different problem. So if I pulled Islin and somebody says, well, there's a better solution for the stuff that he does, I don't care. I don't need a better solution, right? It's like if I can get through Bommel 90 and there's a better way to get through Bommel 90, I'd rather get through Dark Fae 90 or whatever, Dark Fae 100 or whatever she is. She's actually the boss, so she's 110 or 120 rather. It's like I need a solution for that. I don't need another solution for Bommel 90. I've already solved. Joe says Bommel is pretty much the hardest boss in the game. I think in some ways he is. Yeah, he can be tricky. The one thing I would say about Bommel, which maybe means he's not the toughest boss in the game, is that he can be solo. There's more than one solo champ for Bommel, which means that. What happened?
I made it through the first floor.
All right, keep pushing. Keep pushing. So yeah, so I do think that, if a boss can be soloed and you have that particular champion, now maybe there's only 2 or 3 champions that can do it, but if you have one of those solutions, then you have that solved. And Dark Fae can't be soloed, right? At least I've never heard of a solo for Dark Fae. I think she's also the toughest to speed tune an auto battle team for. Like, you can speed tune a Bommel team and just have it go auto battle and walk away and come back and it's done. With Dark Fae, even if you have the right champions built the right way, it's much better to manual that fight because it's just so tricky to get the AI just right for that fight. Bryce says, Bommel, Scarab, and Dark Fae are real rough to get through. I hate this rotation. Yeah, this rotation is tough. But I don't think Scarab's that tough. I think Scarab there's a really, really easy solution for Scarab. One is don't have any extra hits on your, don't have Phantom Touch or anything like that, so you don't do extra hits. And then just put everybody in a Blood Shield ring. Just one Blood Shield ring for everybody, and then build any team you want. Because as long as everybody has 100% uptime on their shields, which you always get with a Blood Shield ring, you won't be counterattacked. But you can't do that if you have anything that counts as an extra hit, like Phantom Touch. So just make sure you don't have anything that counts as an extra hit, put them in a Blood Shield ring, and build any team that you want, anybody who's survivable, put one person in a Destroy set, and all of a sudden he becomes a lot easier. Oh, 5 days for Forge Pass, that's what Bryce was talking about. You'll eventually get another 100 attack on Nishak and beat the boss. Yes, that's the goal eventually. But getting 100 attack or 300 attack or whatever is not as easy as it sounds sometimes. Like if I could get a high level blessing on him, that'd be nice, maybe. But in reality, like when you have all 6-star pieces and you've got decent rolls, like you need another 6-star piece with a triple roll into attack instead of a double roll, that kind of thing. And that's just, it's hard to get. Free-to-play luck is huge, but you have to make your own luck. Pulling on 2 times, tracking pity, pulling for a 10 times when close to pity, saving for guaranteed champs, etc. Absolutely. I 100% agree. It's not necessarily about luck. It's about optimizing your chances for good. That's what it is. Mr. Fudan says, I'm stuck on Bommel as well. I went a week of getting killed on the first floor of the first part of Doom Tower. Now I got to first boss, and it's Bommel. My luck. Bommel's tricky. I'm going to talk about him in a little bit. There aren't a lot of super easy solutions available to early game players. So sometimes you just beat your head against that wall for a whole month. And then you just, you move on to the next rotation. You make some progress. And then by the time Bommel comes back around, hopefully you have a solution. Joe says, I also beat Bommel 90 my first time with a solo champ. Took months to farm good enough regen gear and tons of work autoing it. Yes, absolutely. I've seen someone beat Bommel 90 with a rare Templar on manual. Took about 20 minutes. That's interesting. I didn't know that was possible. Nock says, son, you should accept my clan request. I got my 11th account up and running.
Yep.
Bryce says, can't solo Dark Fae because as soon as she does the champ steal mechanic, you lose. Exactly. Dark Fae also has the best and most valuable gear set in the game. One of them, yes. I would agree. I mean, that's an incredibly good set. It's 25%. It's 12. What is it? 12 speed and 25% ignore defense, or is it crit? Let me go in the game and see. I always confuse the two. It's crit rate, 10% crit rate, and ignores 25% of enemy HP. I always confuse it with the instinct set, which is 12% speed that ignores 20% of the enemy defense. So they're right next to each other, lethal and instinct in the forge. But so lethal has 10% crit rate, which makes it much, much easier to get to your crit cap. And then it ignores the same amount of defense as savage. So it's like an upgraded savage set. I happen to think Guardian is incredibly valuable. So Guardian is another set that I really think is important. So I would probably put those two at the top of the list. I think those two are probably my favorite 2 sets. I also think Defiant is extremely powerful. But obviously Defiant is from Forge Pass, so you can't farm that. But Lethal you can farm, and Guardian you can farm. And they're both in this rotation, which is, one of those things. You got to decide which one you're going for this month. Okay, son, how many floors did you get through?
1. I can't beat floor number 2, no way. The heals are crazy.
Yeah.
And I don't have enough damage.
Did you manual it, or did you not?
Yeah, I was manually.
Yeah.
Not re-put in your plan request. Maybe I just denied it by default because I've had like 300 requests over the last 48 hours.
Yeah, that being said, I think, let me see. I think we have a couple of spots in the clans left. Just a couple.
Might be 1, maybe 2.
Yeah, I have 3 spots in my clan left. And in fact, I think I might have another one because some people are kind of becoming less active. And I know they're like alt accounts for those players, so they might just not be able to play their alt accounts during a fusion. So I have 3 spots. How many spots do you have? You have like 1 or 2, I think.
Let me check. Yeah, total of 3 spots.
Okay.
2 after knock.
Okay, so we have 5 spots total. So if anybody is looking for a clan for an alt or for their main account, if they're, you're just want to join us, have some fun. We've got 2 very active clans. The clans are nice and active. We both totally crushed CVCs. It wasn't even close. It was like millions of points difference. I think it would be really funny if one of these weeks, one of these CVCs, we came up against each other. That would be a lot of fun. There'd be so much trash talking in our Discord.
Yeah, we were really hoping that would be the case for the first one. Like, how sweet that would have been.
I'm kind of glad it didn't happen for the first week, because this way we both both clans won and they're on the same footing, you know?
I guess that's true.
I would prefer we come up against each other not during a personal rewards week. Almost, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But it feels like it's already going to be personal enough that we don't need to throw the personal rewards on top of that.
Even more brutal. We will squash Team Coal Red. Victory shall be ours.
Nox says, we go against each other, Coal Red. I'm getting 200k CVC. Bryce says, Master Butcher can help you a bit in the first 2 rounds. I think, yeah. And then Kate says 3. I think you could probably, depending on how much you invested in him, you could probably take Master Butcher through Doom Tower normal. I think you could probably take him all the way up. I wouldn't recommend it, because I think it's too much investment in a champion that's not really good enough. But he is an option. He is an option. So let's go take a look at Bommel. Let me switch over here. Let's go take a look at. Oh, I can't do it on this account. Let me switch my account. Let's see. Oop.
Look at those transitions.
There we go. Yeah, that was beautiful, right? That's perfect. Okay, so am I in the right spot? Yeah, I'm in the right spot. All right. So, yes, there's something. This isn't quite right. Let me redo this. Let me redo this. It's gonna bother me. Let me get this screen just perfect. And then there we go. That's better. Okay, so let's go take a look at Bommel. Now, unfortunately, I haven't unlocked him on normal right now, because I do hard first. So I'm up here to floor 80. And I've used my keys for today. But we can take a look at Bommel. Bommel is the first boss on hard as well. I don't know if mechanically, I don't think there are mechanically any differences between the hard Bommel and the normal Bommel. Does anybody know if there are any mechanical differences? I don't think there are. So one of the trickiest parts about Bommel is you need a team that gets you to Bommel first. And then usually you need a speed-tuned team on Bommel to get the skills off in the right order. Now, you can do it without that. You don't have to speed tune. Sometimes you can just go in a different direction. But it can be tricky. So, you know, you have to get through those waves. Then you get to Bommel. Now, the big thing that you really have to worry about is turn meter reduction. So it says all turn meter reduction effects are decreased by 50% when used against Bommel. But there is another thing that happens with turn meter reduction, which is here. And Dread Minions. Summons 1 Dread Bomb every time Bommel's turn meter is decreased. So you really, unless you have an unkillable team, you don't want to use turn meter decrease at all. So that's tricky, because not only do a lot of good champions have turn meter decrease somewhere on their kit, but if you use the mastery, I forget the mastery that's in the support tree, that gives you turn meter reduction on your first hit, which is like a really useful skill in like wave content and arena and all sorts of places. So you put it on, like, I'm going to put it on my Deacon. Then all of a sudden that means Deacon's going to drop me an extra Dread Bomb. So that's a big problem. The other thing is he's basically immune to every debuff that matters. with the exception of weaken and yeah, a couple of other ones. And then he will strip buffs from the enemies, then attacks them, places a bomb for each debuff each buff that he removes. Places one additional bomb debuff for each buff removed by the skill. The bomb debuffs cannot be blocked or removed. I think this removal might be resistible. I don't know. I don't have enough resistance to do it. He always strips my buffs. So buffs are bad. Buffs are bad and turn meter reduction is bad. So you have to go in there with strong passives. And you have to go in there with strong gear. Like you have to figure out a composition that's going to work with instant effects, not buffs, without debuffs or turn meter, stuff, and with passives and gear. Like that's what you have to do. So you can survive a bomb. So a dread bomb, let's see, does it say what the dread bombs do here? Okay, so Bommel the Dreadhorn also has his minions. Let me get. Bommel the Dreadhorn also has his minions, Dread Bombs. They are very slow and may seem like they're not a threat. However, at the start of the turn, they self-destruct, dealing incredible damage to your team. Neither shields nor defense will help you against it. You can only avoid the blow by placing a freeze debuff on the Dread Bomb, which you can't avoid it. It just reduces the damage. Alternatively, if you can get it, you can use a block damage buff to prevent the blast from even scratching you. And that's the best way to deal with the damage on the Dread Bombs. Dread Bombs may be slow, but they're immune to all effects except freeze and HP burn, and they don't receive any damage from enemy attacks. In addition, when they take damage from HP burn, they fill their turn meters, so you don't want to drop HP burn on them. Decrease accuracy debuff on the boss would be nice. Yeah, so I guess a lot of those effects are resistible. So if you can decrease accuracy on the boss, that's the best thing you can do. Otherwise, increase your own resistance. Place as few debuffs as possible. Block damage and unkillable buffs are great. Champions that can consistently freeze the Dread Bombs are really good. That was my first solution. I went in there with Shiramani and I would freeze the Dread Bombs. Now, from what I remember, and I'm not 100% this is true because it might be different per difficulty level, but the Dread Bombs do like 50% of your HP, and they ignore defense. And then obviously the little bombs that you get as debuffs on yourself also do percentage damage, or not percentage damage. They do large damage, but they also ignore defense. Each time a bomb debuff detonates on an enemy, has a 25% chance of placing a stun, so you can also get stunned. The nice thing is Bommel does receive more damage from bomb debuffs. So if you've got a Fire Gun Isabel, she's going to help you solve this. So if you were around for last month's fusion and you didn't get the full fusion, but you got the Fire Gun Isabel Epic, she's going to do a lot of damage to this boss. So you want to bring a bomb champion in here to fight Bommel. Now, I'll show you the team I run here. Let's see. I should be able to do this. So this is supposed to be a one-shot team. I had to tweak it because it wasn't working. I don't know if this is going to one-shot him or not. I had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and I forgot to save the one that was most effective. So now I'm just messing around with it, trying to find the one that I had already found. I don't think this one is it. Because what I need is... Well, I need... This might be enough, actually. I don't know. We'll have to see. So the idea here is to one-shot the boss. But you have to come in with all your cooldowns in the right place. So if my cooldowns are not in the right place, then I won't do it. All right. So yeah, we can use the shield here. That's fine. It's a little bit tricky to kill these waves. I can't use any of the major cooldowns. So the second wave is kind of slow and can potentially cause a problem. I think that's why I brought in Skull Crown. I think just to clear waves. Also, I think my Helicat's accuracy is a little low, so sometimes he doesn't land the weekend, and that's why I was messing around with the team compositions, because my Arbiter has the turn meter reduction on her, so I can't use her. And then Helicat's accuracy isn't high enough, but he's in my clan boss team, so I can't like really rebuild him because I can't change his speed. And so I was trying my Athel for a while because she's got an A1 AoE. I'm sorry, an A1 weaken. But I couldn't remember who my other champion was. Okay, so the way that this works is we want to get the weaken out there. Hopefully we land it. We land the weaken. Okay. And now we're going to do the ally attack, and we're hoping to get as many bombs out there as we can on Bommel. All right, so we got 3 bombs. That's great. We also got a decreased defense. I don't know why that bomb dropped. I don't think we hit him with any turn meter reduction. Maybe we did. Now we want to use the second ally attack. We want to get another 3 bombs out there if we can. We got no bombs out there. Okay. So now we're going to use Nishak Vermin Lord's attack. Unfortunately, because a bomb is out. Well, actually, maybe that's why we didn't get any extra bombs on the ally attack. So we get another 2 bombs out there. Now we're going to bring it all down to 1 cooldown with Nishak's next ability. And then we're going to wait for him to take a turn, and he might one-shot himself here. Not quite. Okay. But basically. So as long as we survive, yeah, the poisons do the job at the end. So this isn't quite the right team for a one-shot. It's almost there, but I think Skullcrown is not supposed to be here. I think somebody else is supposed to be here, and I just don't remember who it is. But there was something about the turn meter there that dropped the bomb, and that means we didn't get all the A1 bombs from Nishak on the boss, and that's why we didn't one-shot. So I was one-shotting the boss, and then I messed around the team to try to improve it, and then I lost my tune somehow, and I don't remember what it was. And yeah, you know, that's what happens when Bommel only comes around every couple of months. But still, a relatively cool tune there. Now, that's not accessible to most players, but you don't necessarily have to bring this team in, right? Like, let's say you had a Fire Gun Isbel. You could use an ally attacker if you have an ally attack. You need somebody for wave clear. And then, really, you just want as many supports to keep you alive as possible that don't use buffs and don't use turn meter decrease. You know, so Scylla the Drakes is actually problematic here because she has a turn meter decrease on her A1, and she also puts up a speed buff as her passive. So, you know, you're better off with, I'm trying to think of like healers that heal that don't put buffs out there. Like, you could use a Doom Priest if you turned off her A2, so she doesn't do the increased attack. That would certainly work. That would be a good healer to have, and that's relatively early. You don't want to use a Rector Drath, which is actually disappointing, because if you have Rector Drath, you also don't want to use an Apothecary, because he puts out buffs as well. Not that that's the worst thing. It's only 1 buff, so you could potentially, you know, like, deal with that. But you want to use healers or damage mitigations. Like, you could definitely put out, you know, somebody who uses a block damage buff, and then, like, yeah, that's going to get removed and you're going to get the bombs from Bommel, but then you have to have the healers there to keep you alive. Now, the cheapest solution is, or has already been mentioned, it's the Master Butcher. And Master Butcher is down here. He's a dwarf. He's a rare. And so he has this passive, when attacked, heals all allies equal to the amount of damage taken. He doesn't heal himself, which Vogoth does. Vogoth is a better solution. So, actually, maybe he does heal himself. He may heal himself. I think he does heal himself. But he's just so weak, like, he just dies. He just dies a lot. And also, this is on a 1-turn cooldown. But still, this is a solution. This is a solution if you pull Master Butcher. The better solution tends to be Vogoth. Vogoth is in the Undead Hordes. Where's Vogoth? There's Vogoth. Similar passive here. Whenever this champion is attacked, heals all allies by 50% of the damage received. So it's less of a heal than Master Butcher. But harder champion to kill. Better all-around kit. So yeah, we tend to use Vogoth. And 2 Vogoths, that's like that's the cheapest, easiest solution for Bommel is you build 2 of these guys every time you're attacked. You get healed by 50% from each Vogoth, so that's 100%. This doesn't have a cooldown. It's not a 1-turn cooldown like Master Butcher. So it's literally every time the bomb goes off, as long as you survived the first bomb, you'll get healed on the second one and the third one and the fourth one, whatever. Whether it's the dread bombs or the bombs that hit you and land on you, it doesn't matter. So that's why he's more survivable, even though it's a 50% heal instead of a 100% heal. It's a very tricky boss. And, you know, the other option, the best option by far, I should say this actually, the best option is if you pull Lady Annabelle. And if you're a free-to-play player, this is just a beautiful pull when you pull her. So this champion, who has a crazy look, by the way, and, you know, they put her in Bannerlords, and I'm like, I guess so. Where else are you going to put her, right? The next other thing that she could be is undead. Right? Like, that's the only thing. She's somewhere between Bannerlords and undead. She's got the whole, you know, noble thing going on with the hair and the hair knitting and then all the jewelry and the painted face and stuff. But clearly, you know, she's a vampire. So on her A1, she heals herself by 6%, 3% for each hit. And then she gets a leech out there, which gives her more heals. She does this swap HP thing, but you don't really care about that. And then heals this champion by 50% of their max HP whenever an ally or enemy dies. And when a dread bomb goes off, it dies. And so she heals herself by 50% of her max HP, which I think is the damage that the dread bombs do anyway. They do 50%. So as long as you know, are at a certain threshold, the bomb can't kill you and you get all of that HP back. And then when the boss hits you or when the bombs go off, you use your A1 to heal up with the leech. So you just have so much healing, you have this passive, and you just never die. Speed's decent, you know, HP pool is really good, 20k for an epic. So if you pull this champion, she can solo Bommel for you all the way up. She can solo the first level of Bommel for you, all the way through normal, all the way through hard, all the way up to floor 90. You will need to have the thresholds on her. You need the stat thresholds. And it's something like, you need like 70,000 HP and something like 230 speed or something like that. And then you don't really need anything else except enough accuracy to land the leech. And so if you have those 3 things, which for a free-to-play player is attainable, like it's high, but because you don't need all of the other things, you don't need crit rate or crit damage, because the defense almost doesn't matter because the dread bombs and the bombs ignore defense, so who cares? You know, you don't need the attack, like you don't need anything. Resistance might matter. I forget exactly because I'm still building my solo Annabelle. In fact, I'll show you. I've got her building right now. And the reason I want to do this instead of the one-shot Bommel is because the one-shot Bommel is hard, and I have all those champions I have to speed tune for that fight. And the Annabelle Bommel solution is super easy, and all I have to do is speed tune one champion. Now, it's a solo. You still need somebody to come in and clear the waves for her, so she's not entirely solo, but that champion can die after the waves are done. Like, that champion can die to the bomb. So she only solos Bommel. Where is she? Here she is. So I've got her at level 57. I haven't geared her out yet. I'm still grinding her masteries, you can see. But I do have her at level 60. I have a blessing on her. I'm not sure. I'll probably end up doing Phantom Touch. Oh, can I do Phantom Touch? I think I can do Phantom Touch on Bommel. I can't do Phantom Touch on Scarab Boss. So maybe I won't. Maybe I won't put Phantom Touch on her. Maybe I'll do something else. Maybe, you know what could be a good one would be Cruelty. So this lowers the defense of the enemy. So this is good for going up against bosses because you lower their defense, you do a little bit more damage, and you can use this against anybody and it doesn't count as an extra hit. Or if there's something that can keep her alive, maybe I'll do that. But yeah, so very good champion. And the perfect Bommel solution. And if you get her early in the game, go with this solution. Don't go with any of the others. Go with this one. Because the thresholds for getting through normal Doom Tower are so much lower that you'll put her in regen, you'll build her out, and she'll get you all the way through normal by herself. Like in terms of the Bommel fights anyway. And then once you start getting the hard, then you can start worrying about like increasing her stats or rebuilding her for that. But until you're clearing Doom Tower every month anyway, you know, chances are you're going to get into hard Doom Tower, and some rotations you'll get through like 15 floors maybe. All right, son, I'm going to bring you back here. Sorry, man, you were off the screen for quite a while.
Who, me? Nah.
How you doing? What's going on?
I'm just farming some food.
Just farming some food.
Just farming some food. Nothing too crazy.
Bryce says Butcher is also a decent provoker if you don't have one for Hydra in the early mid game. That's true. So if you've built a Butcher for Bommel and you're trying to get that first level of Hydra clan boss done, he provides you with a provoke as well. ML says, what's good, guys? Happy Friday. Happy Friday, ML. Thanks for coming. Does it count turn meter steal as reduction 2? Yes, it does. Kate of the Dead says, bye for now. I'll have a fun evening. See you, Kate. I might have missed her already. She might already be gone.
Yeah, that was like 15 minutes ago.
Okay. Giodi said this CVC was fun. Yeah, when you're a brand new, fully, like we were fully loaded clans going up against clans. Like the clan we were going up against had 4 active players. We had like 26 active players. So it was a stomp. Yeah.
Yeah, I think ours had like 6 on the enemy team.
Bryce said you could turn off the speed buff on Apothecary. Well, you can turn off the skill. And that means no turn meter increase. So now you just have an Apothecary who's a healer. So you could do that. That would be an interesting idea, especially if you have him with crit rate and you can get nice big heals. But if he's not going fast enough, it's a solo target heal. It's not going to be enough. Yeah, you could mess around with it. You might be able to like manual yourself through the first Bommel that way. I have Vogoth and you need 2 of them. 2 of them is better than 1. But you can do it with 1. I've done it with 1. She could be Knight's Rev too. Yeah, she could be. You're right. Lady Annabelle. Karen Kiston says, evening, Mr. Colred. Well, evening, Mr. Kiston. Or Ms. Kiston.
Or Kieran Kiston.
Or, yeah. Joe says, Faultless Defender reduces the needed effective HP a lot. Faultless Defender. So let me see. Masteries, Faultless Defender. See, Selfless Defender. I'm not seeing a Faultless Defender anymore. It's a it's a blessing, not a mastery. Gotcha. Faultless Defense. There you go. Yeah, okay. This champion will receive less damage from each subsequent hit from multi-hit skills. The damage reduction increases with every additional hit. So do the bombs count as multi-hit skills? Because it seems like each one's a separate debuff. I mean, obviously it gives you HP, it gives you resistance.
Multiple hits of the same skill, maybe?
Well, it's each subsequent hit from multi-hit skills. So if you get hit with like a 3-hitter, like the first hit will hit at full strength, and then the second and third hit will have reduced damage. But I don't know what in Bommel's attack counts as a multi-hit skill. There is the there is Iron Will, which decreases the damage the champion receives from enemy skills activated by other skills or when the enemy inflicts damage when it is not their turn. But I think that's the bombs, like the dread bombs have their own turn, so I just think it's their turn. So I'm not sure that would. I'll have to look into this faultless defense, because obviously I have a blessing available on my lady Annabelle, so I have to still figure out which one to put on her.
Oh, I got defeated.
My clan leader looking immaculate. There we go. I told the clan to be happy in CVC this time and relish the victory. Next CVC, I'm sure Teleria will put us up against a clan with similar activity. Probably. Probably the second one will be a little bit trickier. But that's okay. That's good. It motivates people. The activity levels in the clans has been pretty high, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Your clan is a lot more social than mine.
We're social peeps, you know?
And yeah, we don't talk nearly as much. And Great Dane is always in there being like, "Hey guys, what's going on? Hey guys, hello, is anybody here?" It's just like every day, Great Dane is in there being like, "Come on, let's have some team spirit." And everybody's like, every 4 hours, somebody's like, "Yo, Team Red needs to talk more." Yeah, that's what he's saying. So yeah, absolutely, I agree. For some reason, you know, I separated the applicants and I put them in the various clans based on their experience and the level of their account. So I wanted to have a relatively balanced squad on both sides. But somehow, all of the talkers ended up in your clan, son.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
And also, I'm not super talkative in chat in game because I'm constantly doing things. So I don't have a ton of time to like check it. I try to say hello every once in a while and pop in, and if somebody asks for advice, I try to give it. But I'm not super active in chat myself.
That's
so
how I am.
yeah. All right, so you're grinding up more food?
Yeah, although I just realized, outside of maybe getting a couple extra rewards on that champion chase, I was thinking about going for my next 6-star, but I want to save that until I'm on the next set of missions. Because that's one of the early on missions, isn't it?
It is. I'm not sure if it's one of the retroactive ones or not. Let me go look. I think it might be. So it might not matter. You might be able to just get your 6-star and then you're fine.
Well, if it's retroactive, then my first 60 would count, right?
That's true. So yeah, maybe it's not. I think maybe it's not retroactive. I forget. So the ones that are retroactive are the leveling ones. So when it says level something up to 50, if you have something at 50, it's retroactive. But if it says, like, what does it say? Here we have upgrade a champion to rank 6. So I think that you have to do that when that is active.
Right.
I don't think
there's also the hit to, what was it? Upgrade a champion to level 60.
Right, so you have to upgrade 4 champions to level 50. And that means if you have someone at 60, they count as level 50. But the previous one said get 4 rank 5 champions. And a rank 6 champion does not count as a rank 5 champion.
Right.
So it's a little bit messy. You know, like the rank 6 champion counts as a level 50, but doesn't count as a rank 5 champion. And then, you know, the other thing is the wording's a little bit weird because it says upgrade a champion to rank 6. Okay, so you would think that would be retroactive because the upgrade 2 Great Hall bonuses to level 2, like that is retroactive. You have 2 of those that just cleared.
It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, it's a little bit messy. I think they like it messy personally. I think they like it messy because they don't want it to be too friendly.
Yeah, God forbid the game be friendly.
right?
It sounds terrible.
It does. Sounds awful. Okay. Arcane Gaming. Dang it, Colson. How are you going to do day 11 when I only just started day 4? I'm trying to catch up. Been watching you every day. Love you guys, especially that shiny head. Thank you. Thank you. It is a good one, isn't it? It's nice. It's nice. You know, it's funny because when I was younger and I started thinning on top, like most guys, I decided, you know, I'm just gonna let it happen. I was just gonna let it thin and hold on to it for as long as possible because I didn't know what else to do. You know, you try the shampoos, you try the things you're holding on to. And then finally I was like, you know what? When I was a kid, every summer I would get like a buzz cut. You know, I would always shave my head in the summer, go to summer camp, I'd come back by the time school had rolled around, my hair would have grown back in. But all summer I was running around with no hair and I loved it. I loved it. It was so much cooler, you know, and you didn't have to worry about like it getting in your eyes and stuff. And so I was just like, I'll just shave my head again. I broke out the old shaver when I was like 30 and I shaved my head. And the first thing, one of my cousins said, "It's about time, man." And I was like, what? It's about time? It's like, yeah, you've been holding on too long. I'm like, I'm 30, dude. I'm not 50 trying to hold on to a couple of wisps over the top of my head. You know, like I had hair, but he's like, nah, it's good that it was gone. And then the second thing that happened was everybody started complimenting me on the shape of my head. They were like, no, you got a great head for that. Like you should shave your head all the time. It's like, it's not knobbly. That's what they would say. It's not knobbly. Like you have a nice, smooth, round head. I'm like, that's a strange compliment to get. But at least it's not like, ha ha ha, you're bald. You know, that's better. It's better that way.
Yeah, that's my job.
Yeah, exactly.
Get these guys out of here.
So, you know, on the one side, we've got the shiny, bald, round head. And on the other side, we've got the long, flowing locks and thick, full beard. The Viking look. We got that going on over there.
Yeah, my hair is long, man. Probably too long. I gotta do something with this.
Yeah, you know what I would do?
Shave my entire head bald?
Yeah, why not? Shave the whole thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about it. Imagine not having to wash this hair. Oh,
you live in like hell's backyard. Like why do you have long hair when it's 108 degrees outside?
I live in heaven's waiting gates, all right? Or waiting room.
Oh, that's what, yeah. I mean, but I'm thinking about the weather.
Yeah, no, it's too hot. Too hot and too humid. I did like having no hair. But it's also one of those things that's like, once you have long hair like this, do you really want to let it go?
Because it takes forever to get back. Yeah.
This is like, like probably 3 years.
Well, if you're going to let it go, you have to be ready to like let it go permanently and not go back.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna shave my entire head at some point.
My wife went.
I'm gonna wake up one morning with clippers in my hand. Like, how did these get here? All right, I guess.
Yeah, my wife went through that. She spent like 4 years growing her hair out, and then it got to a length where she was like, this is driving me crazy. I just want to, you know, cut it all off again. I'm like, go ahead, cut it all off. You'll look great with short hair. And she's like, well, yeah, I know. I used to have. She always had short hair growing up, and in like her young professional years, she had short hair, and then she started growing it out like in her late 20s, and it was driving her nuts. And I was like, just go short. She's like, yeah, but it took so long to get it like this. I'm like, yeah, but you don't love it. So just go back to what you love. You know, so she debated for like 6 months. Finally, she cut it off. As soon as she cut it off, she was like, oh, this is so much better. And then she cried. And she was like, she like felt the loss, you know? She was like, I love my short hair. It feels so good. It looks so good. And then she cried for the loss of her long hair. And then she's never gone back. She's like, no, short hair is so much better.
Yeah, it's totally fair.
So, yeah, I think, you know, it can be an emotional thing to like have that. I mean, for me, when I shaved my head, I spent the next 7 years being shocked at myself in the mirror every day. You know, it's like you spend 30 years looking one way. And then
Yeah.
you go and look at yourself in the mirror and you're like I would wake up every morning, I'd go to brush my teeth, I'd look up and I'd be like, oh yeah, that's me. Right. And then the next day, whoa, yeah. I mean, I did that for 7 years. And now I don't remember what I look like with hair. Like if I had hair right now, like if I don't know, if they could just, give me a pill or wave a wand and have my full head of hair back and I just grew it in, it would be so strange to me. I would not feel like myself.
Yeah, that'll definitely be something to get used to again.
Joe just said, holy crap, new raid news, Mythic champions. Was that a joke or was that a real thing, Joe? Like, are they creating another rarity above legendary? Because there was rumors of that like 6 months ago and then nothing happened and we got no more information.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, as a free-to-play player, I'm just afraid they're going to make it beyond our reach, Like, if they make it a pay-only thing, then that's going to tick me off. I wish I could get my clan to be talkative, maybe looking for a new one soon. We have lost the last 2 CVCs. Well, Bryce, we've got a couple of spots. Arcane Game says... Yeah, I don't... That chat is a little bit weird.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, Lord RNG's son? I'm assuming that was my rolls going back to back to back.
Hey, Vrist, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. David says it seems real. They might be launching Mythic champions. Expect Mythic books. Expect maybe different kind of masteries. The Galarium needs that sweet whale kraken dough. Yeah. Others CCs already have vid about mythical champs. Well, I do now qualify for the first level of the content creators program from Plarium, so I will be applying to that, and then maybe I'll get this news in a more timely manner, because I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm going to have to go watch those videos. I hope that doesn't, I hope it really doesn't like break up raid, because like this is the kind of change that could just force people out of the game. When you make a big change like that. I mean, I think things like, like the Hydra clan boss like clash, the Hydra clash. Like that is a good change for the most part. It makes people more interested in content, and it makes them more interested in investing in their accounts. Sometimes people can get upset with that because it feels like extra pressure to do something they don't want to do. But for the most part, I think something like that, it has extra rewards, it's more engagement. I think that's generally a good change. But when you add something like Mythics to the game, after 4 years, where the top rarity has been legendary, everybody's account gets affected by the existence of these champions. Like whether you're a new player or, a 4-year veteran, whether you're a whale, a kraken, or a free-to-play player. And so you have the opportunity to just make so many people mad that they will straight up leave the game. Now, the new players that come in may not be, may not realize and may not care. They're just be like, oh, cool. There's an extra rarity of champion. Who cares? But if they make it like, all right, it's already 0.5% chance of pulling a legendary from an ancient shard. Like, let's say they don't put mythics on ancient shards. Let's say you need a new kind of shard. You need a mythic shard, and as a free-to-play player, you can get like one of those a month. And then the chance of getting a mythic champion on that is like 0.5%. And it's like, well, so it's going to take an average player 15 years to be able to pull a single mythic champion. So unless you're spending money, it's, that would feel awful.
Yeah.
If they were doing something like you could promote your legendaries to mythic and then they get new abilities or something, that could be really cool. Potentially, that'd be tricky to as long as they made it available to everybody. But we know that they're in profit mode. We don't know what that means exactly, but we know that Raid is in profit mode now. So anything to separate us from our money seems to be the priority. Okay, so let's see. The chat's been going on. Mythic champions. Okay, ML says
CC. You want to switch to your screen? I gotta talk to the fan real quick.
Okay. Bryce says, I wouldn't worry much, even if they add that the most pay-to-play champ ever is surpassed by one they gave away for free. Some of the fusions have been really good. A lot of the free champions like Ninja and Wukong, I mean Artak, they've been amazing. Red Shards, new books. I hope you qualify. Airbad is a known free-to-play content creator, and he never got into the program. Plarium does not seem to like people promoting the free-to-play. Yep, that's potentially true. I also don't know how much I care. If I don't get into the content creator program, like if I apply and they reject me and they're like, no, like you need 20,000 followers before we'll even think about it because you're free to play, then I would just say, now I don't have to worry about their opinion of me at all. And I can say whatever I want. And I got 20,000 followers or whatever at that point, you know? If I'm in the content creator program, then, you know, you have a community liaison, you have somebody that you talk to, and that would be valuable. I would prefer to have a cooperative relationship with Plarium. I would prefer to be able to give feedback on things, you know, tell them what the community is feeling and thinking and saying. And I'm reasonable enough to realize they need to make a profit. I want the game to be financially successful. I'm not one of those free-to-play players that thinks that I'm owed any kind of free-to-play experience. So if I can do that, you know, if I can represent free-to-play players, the free-to-play player base, by the way, is important because who are everybody else going to play against? Like, who are all the pay-to-play players going to play against if there are no free-to-play players, right? And like I've said many times on my videos, I think the free-to-play mentality is just part of a spectrum. Like, you're on a spectrum. So if you are free-to-play, you're on one end of the spectrum. If you are a Kraken, you're on the other end of the spectrum. And everybody in between is on that spectrum. But everybody, wherever you are on the spectrum, wants the same things. They want to maximize the value of the resources that they have, whether you're getting those entirely for free or whether you're paying thousands of dollars. You don't want to be taken advantage of, and you don't want to be wasteful, right? Like, spending money makes sense to get extra, but you want as much extra for your dollar as you can get. So literally every raid CC made a video within 30 minutes. So I guess I'll have to make a video on this for tomorrow and maybe push tomorrow's video for the next day. Chris says, we'll still be here for you even if you don't get in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's good to know. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it if I don't get in. I have that conundrum I mentioned last time, I think, on stream, which is if I do get in, I don't know what I want to do in terms of like the free rewards that they give you. For a while, I was thinking I would start a new account and I would just use the free rewards on that account. And then like maybe like see how long it would take to catch up to, you know, so consider that like a pay to play account and, you know, count the number of dollars of advantage that they give me. So calculate every month what the free rewards are worth and keep that as a running total. So, you know, when I hit the $1,000 mark and the $5,000 mark and the $10,000 mark of free rewards, we could look at the account and see this is what $10,000 can get you, you know, or whatever. Now, obviously, I don't get to choose the packs and stuff. They just give you the rewards. But I thought about that. But that would require me to play yet another account. And I don't know that I have the energy to do that. So then I was thinking about why not just put it on my main account? Because I'm going to be 2.5 years in at that point. And then, like, it's not going to change my mentality. It's just going to change my resources a little bit. But that would allow me to build some of the champions that I've pulled in the free-to-play manner and actually showcase in videos. But I feel like then it wouldn't really be a free-to-play account anymore. So it'd feel a little bit tainted. But I don't know. I don't know if that matters. I don't know if it matters because, like, oh, that was painful.
I'll play that account. Don't worry.
You'll play that account? I'll give you the all the free resources. This account that you've started was just your learning account, right? This was just where you getting your feet wet. You were just dipping your toes in the water. And then we'll give you the big boy account once the training wheels come off.
I mean, this is my first account. I'll continue to play it. But yeah.
Oh, I'm still on my main account. Okay. That's what's going on. I was wondering why the screen looked so weird. Okay, so what do I need to do here? I'm doing Fire Knight. Let's get the Fire Knight going. And then let's switch back over to the other account. Okay. So yeah, I was saying, I'm so angry at this. And then the screen was showing the other account. So people didn't know what I was talking about. So I do want to, let's see, I got to check out my faction crypts for today. So Knights Revenant, I'm almost there. I've got those champions. So I just need to level this one up, and then I can do those for the day, and then I can consume those champions and start making some space. So let's see, this champion needs to be promoted. All right, this cultist. Now, here's the thing. I should, with this group, be able to get to stage 6. But I haven't built any of the champions. So I might want to go ahead and build this Senesha. So let's see if we can get a stun set on Senesha. Or maybe a lifesteal set. I might have enough stun gear. No, I don't. I don't have enough stun gear. Do I have stun on anybody else? No, I don't. Okay, so stun is not going to work. So then, do I go for Relentless, Immortal, Regeneration, Cruel, Perception? Actually, I just need speed and, yeah. I could go with Retaliation on her. That would work. Retaliation and Lifesteal might work really well. That could do a decent job. Let's try to build this champion out a little bit. Okay, so no speed there. No speed there. Got some speed there. HP, resistance. This would be tricky. So let's do this for now and see what we can get out of here. How about some speed? Speed boots, that's not bad. Speed there. Accuracy, defense, resistance. Oh, there's speed there. That might even be better. Attack percentage gloves could work. HP percentage gloves could work with speed. That'd be nice. If we did that, that would switch out these gloves. What about the Immortal set? What if I have just a little bit of... I need a chess piece. I need a decent chess piece here. That's a nice chess piece. I should put that on a debuffer. That's not going to go on her. I could do this. And then could do that. It's such a weird build for Sinesha. But I'm just trying to get some extra power on her to help me clear these waves. And if she gets attacked, she'll counterattack. That won't heal her at all, but she'll hit. And if they have less than 50% health, she'll hit them twice. So let's go ahead and try this. And we'll just run some of this gear up to level 8. And that should be enough to get us to stage 6 of our faction crypts. Tomas says, I'm guessing they had the video prepared with an embargo on it. Absolutely, they did.
Yeah.
How much they give CCs, I mean. Exile, that's actually public information. You could there's a chart that you can actually find where you can say, you know, like if you're in, there are 3 tiers of the content creator program, and you can see how much you get for each tier. Hey Cole, can you check Discord? Arcane, I cannot at the moment check Discord, but Sun can check Discord.
Yeah, unless you message him directly. In which case.
So if you need something, try messaging Sun, because if I change my Discord, if I go to answer Discord, then I lose him on the screen. So I can't really mess around with Discord right now.
Yep, but you can shoot me a message. I'll be happy to help.
All right. I got HP on the boots. Let's level up these pieces. I can't wait. I need one more level, and then I get instant upgrades for this gear. Ooh, that's going to be so much better. Yeah, I assume that they do that kind of to entice the content creators into the program. Apparently, other games will actually compensate their content creators who are in the program with like money, like it's a sponsorship. And Raid doesn't do that. They just give you in-game rewards. And so people kind of laugh at the content creators, or not they don't laugh at the content creators in Raid, but they laugh at the content creator program in Raid, because they're like, this company just doesn't want to help out its content creators. I don't really know, because I've never been a content creator before. But that's what I've heard a little bit of. So, you know, the big thing for me would be the test server. I don't care about the rewards. I really don't. I don't want the reward. I would actually tell them just keep the rewards, or let me have extra giveaways. I will give away more. All those rewards you give me, I'd give them away. But let me into the test server, because that would be super valuable.
Yeah, I know somebody in the Discord said that they were trying to see if we wanted to react to one of those new Mythic videos together. I guess maybe to get a reaction on it, but
You mean
that is you. Oh, gotcha.
In the stream?
Yeah. Oh, that was Arcane. I don't know how I looked from. Can you check the Discord? Went to the Discord and started answering and didn't put the 2 names together that are exactly the same. Oh, my life sometimes. But yeah, I guess they want us to react
Well,
to the new Mythical announcement video on stream with me.
Yeah, we could potentially do that.
Yeah.
We could potentially do that. Let me go kind of see who's doing it right now.
And I'm gonna try to see if I can beat this Fire Knight level.
Raid shares top secret info. Secret mythical skinwalker and primal shards revealed. Mythical champions coming to raid. Mythical champions coming soon. So, okay, Hell Hades has the shortest one at 7 minutes.
Yeah, the only thing is, I don't know how we can react to it together outside of us just hitting start at the same time.
Yeah. I can play it on the stream, but then
the stream is delayed.
The stream's delayed. Let me get this faction going. I want to see how much damage she actually does here. Okay, so that was easy. She does a lot of damage, and if she gets him to 50%, she hits him again. I don't know why. Wait, what? She's not opening with her A1.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, Arcane. So I wasn't completely crazy. Ah, okay. I feel somewhat better. They changed their name in Discord afterwards.
Gotcha. Yeah, so we're going to have to see how this mechanically plays out. It's big news.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm not going to get my 3 stars. That's okay. I just need to get to stage 6. I tell you, this method for faction crypts is so strong. I have so many pieces of gear waiting to be rolled. I haven't rolled them yet. I'll probably roll those on stream.
Okay, well, I cleared stage 10 of Fire Knights. That's pretty good.
Nice. Trying to get to 13?
I'm just kind of running it to see where I get.
Gotcha.
But I think now it's going to be stage 11 is bad affinity for my team. So I don't think that that's going to happen.
Yeah, that can be a thing that just stops you cold. It's like you're just cruising along and then you hit the wrong affinity and game over. You're just done.
Yeah. Maybe I'll try to push some of the other ones though, see what I can get up to. It's also bad affinity, never mind. Can I beat stage 9 of the spider?
That'd be good. If you can get to stage 10, that's huge.
Maybe.
Because you want to farm stage 10. Spider stage 10 has, it's weirdly out of sync with all of the other stages in terms of the rewards that it drops. So, so you get better rewards from stage 10.
It's also the bad affinity for me.
Yeah.
Classic. No, I'm gonna try stage 9. Let's see.
So when you say bad affinity, is it bad affinity for Kale or is it bad affinity for everybody else?
Well, it's good affinity for Kale. Well, they're just equal to the magic affinity. But my Fane, my Wukong, and my Deacon are Spirit. Spirit is the green one?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Spirit's weak to magic, yeah. Oops. I forgot to change my arena team back. I was showing off that other arena team for the video. I let the cat out of the bag. Shh.
Dun dun dun.
I
At
don't.
least I wish you this time.
Yeah,
Buddy.
I've gotta keep my secrets. I'm not good at keeping secrets. I'm definitely not good at keeping secrets. I don't know that that's a great skill to have. I don't know if keeping secrets is really a skill that is like a good life skill unless you have a job where you have to keep secrets. You know? Like if you were like in the CIA and you couldn't keep a secret, that'd be bad.
That'd be pretty rough.
That'd be pretty rough. But everywhere else, like in the real world, you know, like if you're really good at keeping secrets, that means you're into something. Like that means there's a reason why you're good at keeping secrets. All right, let's get through stage 6. We can do this. At least she's neutral affinity, so she's not weak affinity. So this is... If I put gear on Teleria, this would be no problem. But it looks like it's going to be fine anyway. Yep. Stage 6. Nice. And we can go out here and super rate it.
Yeah, I don't think I can beat this level of the spider boss.
I'm going to just double check, make sure I don't need the boss for my advanced quests today, because I'm not going to be able to get it in the other faction. This is the only one that I could potentially get the boss in. So if I need to get the boss,
I have that advanced quest and I can't get it.
Yeah. So I could potentially, if I geared out Teleria and maybe I ran up my 20s to 30, like I might be able to take the boss out. It probably not. But there's a chance. There's a chance. Run up my forge gear, see what I get. David says, it's good though, magic spiderlings will target Wukong, who constantly will revive himself. That's true. That's a good point. ML says, being trusted to keep a secret and still helping the person without betraying their trust is the secret sauce. That's an interesting idea, ML. All right, let's see. Do I need to beat a boss? I do. I need to beat a Faction Wars boss. Darn it.
Ah, this is bad.
I also have to send a piece of gear. I haven't even unlocked the dungeon. Oh, I did unlock the dungeon. Okay, sweet. And in fact, they gave me free stuff, so I think I can ascend a piece of gear. I was going to be really, really mad. I was like, what? But I actually think they give you some free stuff. They give you some free oils. So I could go ahead and, like, let's do Deacon's boots here. Or maybe we'll do his boots, because he's got a chance for speed. Yes, we have 300 oils. Okay, so let's go ahead and send this. Attack percentage. All right. Faction Wars boss. Let's go check out the Faction Wars boss. I can't do the other one. The other one is Shadowkin. And my Shadowkin team is not entire trash, but it's not going to get very far. Maybe stage 2, maybe stage 3 if I'm lucky. And then High Elves. Well, High Elves actually have a pretty good team. I need a fifth.
No, my kill man.
And I don't have any 40s. So that's not gonna get there. So if I want to beat a boss, it has to be the Knights Revenant boss. So let's just run the boss, see what happens, and maybe if I have to gear 2 of these champions or level some of these champions up to 30, I can do that. I still have 4.5 hours before the server reset. Are you still working on Fire Knight?
No, I can't get another sage out of it. To answer Arcane's question though, where's my latest tattoo? Vikings always has lots of tattoos. I have 0 tattoos. I'm not that cool.
He's Dutch. He's not a real Viking.
Hey man, close enough.
Sorry. It's like, ask Great Dane where his tattoos are. Sorry. I don't know why that cracked me up so much. All right, I didn't watch this. I lost it, but I didn't watch it at all, so I don't know why I lost it. Besides the fact that Sinesha won't open up with her A1, which is just annoying. I'm just taking a ton of damage. Am I going to even clear the first wave? Maybe. Yeah, I'm going to clear the first wave, I think. Oh, 2 bombs. That's a problem. These bombs are going to go off. I'm going to be dead. Oh, no, I survived the bombs. Wow. Okay. So, let's see. Let's see what we can do. We can definitely build these champions up a little bit.
Well, that was unfortunate.
These guys are AoEers too. So we can level them up to 30, maybe. And then build some gear. Oh, she doesn't do the extra hit until she's ascended. Darn it. That would be a huge thing. I don't have enough ascension pots for her. Not even close. It takes 19, 20. It takes 20 ascension pots. All right, but we can upgrade the rank of these 2 guys at least. Let's do that. Cultist, and we'll do the other cultist with the other Knights Revenant. And then let's go ahead and let's build Thylesia. How are we going to build her? Increases the duration of all debuffs on all enemies by 1 turn. That's an AoE. That's an AoE. If I put her in lifesteal, that'll work really well with Sinesha, because Sinesha has the HP balancing. And she's a bit of a damage dealer here. She's attack-based. So I don't have great lifesteal gear, but I do think I can get a 4-piece set together that wouldn't be awful. So we'll do this. This. This and this. And then we need some offense on her, and we need some speed. Let's look for boots with speed. We have 4-star speed boots. That's probably, yeah, that's our only bet, really. Do that. And then we need a chest piece. We could put this 3-star piece with attack, flat attack, and crit rate. Or we could go a little bit more defensive. Go with HP. Maybe this one with 8 flat HP and flat attack. That'd probably be the best. And then, yeah, that would give us... Let's go ahead and level these up to 8. See what speed we get to here. We'll level up the shield as well. We can get to like 140 speed, maybe. That could work. Great Dane says, only Viking here is me. Yeah, you're Danish. Like, where are the Norwegians? Where are they at? I'm seeing 31 people in stream and only 21 likes. Let's get that number up. I should continually ask for that too. By the way, I mentioned it at the top of the stream, but obviously we can mention it again. Like, we got monetized. And so we've got super thanks and super stickers. I think that's what they're called.
Stickers.
Super stickers and super thanks. And, you know, like I was saying earlier in the stream, I watched a video from YouTube that tells you kind of how to like engage with this stuff. And I don't know anything about it. I've never used it before. And I don't watch YouTube live. Like, I didn't watch YouTube live before streaming on YouTube live, so I didn't know how it worked. So I'm still figuring it out. But they suggested you give an idea to your viewers of what would you spend the money on from the stream. And we were talking about early, right at the beginning of the stream, we were saying, you know, we want to improve the production quality. So we're looking for like new audio equipment, maybe for Son, so he's got a better microphone. We both need better webcams. And then I need a third monitor so I can more easily manage the stream and like be able to do stuff like have reaction videos more easily and be able to interact with the Discord without it changing the way the stream works and stuff like that. So the first bit of cash that we get from being monetized, we intend very much to put back into the videos and the stream. The good news is we've both upgraded our computers in the relatively recent past. So I think our systems are okay. I think you could use a little bit more power for your editing, right?
Yeah, processing power.
Processing power. So you got
CPU, baby.
Yeah, you got a GPU not that long ago, like a few months ago, right? A new GPU?
Yeah.
Yeah. So potentially we could get you a new CPU to kind of increase the speed of that render and allow you to do some cool things. Because the render does take a while.
Yeah. It's always the fun part.
Yeah. My computer's about just a year and 4 months old or something like that. So I'm in pretty good shape here. And I don't have to do the render anymore. So when I was rendering on my computer, when I was doing my edits before Son got involved, that was definitely a thing. But it seemed like I had enough power to deal with it. But it's hard to do, like, if that's the only thing you're doing, that's one thing. But if you're trying to do that and other stuff with the same computer, then it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The RAM more important? Yeah, I mean, I've got solid RAM. But I have an older i7. It's got to be like 4-core, probably 10 years old now at this point. Maybe not quite that long. Currently 16 gigs. Could use more, but
more power. We need more power. Yeah, I think, you know, obviously more cores helps with video editing, and then in addition,
DaVinci.
more RAM, it helps with everything. So yeah, that's our intention at least. And we'll see what happens. I think we pulled in $17 right at the beginning of the stream, so we're working our way towards that new monitor. Actually, before the new monitor, I'm getting a new camera. That's first. And then I think the second thing is audio. Because luckily I've seemed to have worked out most of the bugs with this microphone, and now I'm pretty happy with the sound quality. But we need to get you a microphone for the stream.
Yeah.
So I'm doing faction wars right now, and I want to ask a question of the stream. What was the first faction that you cleared? Like on any account, it doesn't matter. Like, what did you find, or maybe better than that, what was the easiest faction that you cleared? Where you just like, oh wow, this wasn't hard at all. And then what was the hardest faction you cleared? Because I have my personal like favorites that are easy to clear, and my personal like hell factions that were just a nightmare to clear. But I'm curious if that's sort of the general experience or if that's individualized. So put it in the chat right now. Like, let me know what was your easiest clear and what was your hardest clear. That's what I want to hear. And if you have more than one, that's fine. Like, but don't go crazy. Don't be like, well, these 7 were really easy and these, 8 were hard. Like, I don't want to hear about all 15. Just give me 1 or 2 easy ones, 1 or 2 hard ones. I wonder if everybody's going to say the easiest one was their starter faction or not. Shukarian says Norwegians are here. See, there's a Viking for you. We got Danes, we got Dutch, we got Norwegians. We got any Swedes? We got any Swedes around?
It's like a lot of barbarians.
Barbarians were very easy. I agree. High elves, yeah, those were 2 of my first 3. I actually think. Silk Harried, War Maiden, Shield Guard. Yes, you're right. I use those 3. I don't think I use War Maiden actually, but I have her. Mr. Fudan says Knights Revenants because I use 2 executioners that are 6-star level 60 that are my main nukers for many content. There we go. Great Dane says the starter. Sylvans is my first, then Bannerlords. Plarium loves to give me champs from those factions. Can't pull a good dwarf to save my life. That's how I feel, Bryce. That's exactly how I feel. Took me forever to get the dwarves going. Bryce says Sylvans is my first. Wow. So you must have started just at the right time to get the Sylvans, because I don't think anybody else would ever say Sylvans was their first. Mr. Fudan says Texan. Is that like the American equivalent of Viking? Is the Texan? Norway was not Vikings? Are you serious?
Oh, I got a banner. That's fancy.
Sweet here. Vikings were definitely in Norway. And they were in Sweden and Denmark and Iceland. They were in England and Scotland. It was all Danish at the time. That's true. So the Danish Empire, the great Danish kingdom, Denmark owned at that point, or ruled, I should say, not owned, but ruled all of Norway, or most of Norway and Sweden. At least the southern parts. Bannerlords was back in the day. Stag Knight was a hard carry when that came out. Yes, knock. Bannerlords was one of my first 2. Exile's around 135 days in. Haven't even beaten a second boss yet. It'll come, Exile. You'll get it. Bryce says, Am Texan can confirm we are the American equivalent of Vikings. ML says, also Texan, we're not conquering anything. We just think highly of ourselves. Yeah, Texans aren't like raiding into, like Mexico and Canada and stuff and like, bringing back riches and yeah, they're not going out in boats into the Gulf of Mexico and sailing into the Caribbean and plundering Puerto Rico. Or Cuba. Yeah, I mean, so if you're talking about like 14th, 15th century, right? At that point when Denmark was ruled what was Norway and Sweden. And of course, those countries didn't really exist under those names or with those borders, right? Like everything was still fluid. It was, you know, obviously Vikings were tribal, so it wasn't about countries, it was about clans. Tomas, welcome.
We're just hiding from the sun.
Yeah, I mean, as Europe started to coalesce into the nations that like were the precursors to the nations we understand today, right? And that was late. That was really late. I mean, like Prussia existed for a long time, right? You know, like that existed as a country until not that long ago. You know, or like, you know, you're talking about the Holy Roman Empire. Like Germany wasn't a country, right? It was an idea, it was a culture, but there were so many different cultures within what became Germany, whether it was, you know, well, I don't want to get into it too much because we got a bunch of Europeans here who know it better than I do, and I don't need to. But one of the things I studied was European history. It was one of my many passions for many years. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing.
Yeah, and I'm over here just lost and confused, as always.
That's all right. What are you confused about? Talk to me.
I saw some energy somewhere, and now I can't remember where it was. Huh.
All right, let's get Executioner in some gear as well, because he's going to do some work for us. Stun, decrease turn meter, increase defense and counterattack.
That's going crazy.
Let's see if we can get him in something worthwhile. Well, we don't have any more lifesteal gear, not enough anyway. So let's think about regeneration. Do we have enough regeneration gear? We do. We could make a set out of this. It's not good. It's okay. So we could do... I might want this for somebody like Jamarsa, though. We'll have to see. Let's go there. We did that. It's not awful. He doesn't have a big health pool, but we could do that. Or maybe we could do something like this. And then go... Do we have a shield set? Is our shield set already... Forget. Let me do this. I forget if my shield set is on somebody or not. I think I did put it on somebody, didn't I? Yeah, I think I put it... Did I put it on Jamarsa? I might have. So... We could go with this. See if this is enough to beat the boss. It'd be interesting. Would you be ticked at me if I cleared the boss without a 5-star champion?
Me?
Yeah.
You know.
Did you ever clear the boss in the Dark Elves?
No.
And you had Kale at 6-star, right?
Yeah.
That provoke is just super annoying.
Yeah, and I couldn't kill those two little minion guys fast enough.
Yeah.
Even with a block debuff, because he attacks multiple times back to back, so it's just
Yeah.
it's a no go.
You'll get it next time around. And once your gear is strong enough, even if Kale's provoked, his A1 just does so much damage, you can keep, working him down. But you do it's hard because that one ally, that one minion heals. So you have to be fast enough. Yeah, no, only one minion heals the boss,
I'm
right?
pretty sure both do.
Hmm.
They were just standing there healing the guy.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you get your Cold Heart, you're all set. So you just have to hope for Cold Heart next week during the Void Shard event.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Because Cold Heart's, 1, she hits really hard, and 2, she's got a heal reduction. All right, let's see what happens with the boss now. Oh, these guys, I didn't level them up yet, but I'm just going to check this out. I'm going to see what happens here. I've got 3 of these champions built now. Let's see, I've got Lifesteal on Thylesia. I've got a healer who's actually a healer. And then I've got my Executioner in some immortal gear. These bombs are scary. But here's the thing. If one of them dies, I don't have a reviver. So it's just straight up like those bombs. If those bombs go off, I'm dead.
Oh, I cleared stage 13. I'll take that.
All right, well, we're going to get to the boss this time. No minions. That's nice. Oof, ouch. That's a big hit. You cleared stage 13 of what? Fire Knight?
Of the Dragon Slayer.
Oh, nice. Okay, so that was not that close. We got to the boss. Let me see this. I have a ring I could put on her. That could be. And I could speed her up a little bit. That would be good. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take this up to 12. There is a artifact. There's an artifact enhancement event going on, so this is not a waste here. All right, let's look back here. It says Denmark have the old flags recorded. Bryce says, I'm on day 138, got really lucky with my Dathi, Creodan, and Rella. Had not from my failed attempt at Newt, beat it with Turlock on the team. Emic now has it on farm. Yeah, that's a great team. That's a great team. You've got everybody you need there. The only champion that could maybe add a little bit to that would be Naya. I mean, otherwise, right? You're in really good shape. Executioner is savage. He is the mascot of all Texans. Man, a Western-themed faction would be cool for the last new one with gunslinger aesthetics. Yeah, that would kind of break the whole dark fantasy thing, though, I think. It'd have to be all crossbows. It'd have to be all crossbows. Steampunk doesn't really fit in this world.
Yeah, you got all these guys in campaign with crossbows, and somebody just pulls out a sniper. Like, yeah,
right. That first boss in Knight's Revenant is rough with the stun and fear. She just picks off your team one by one. Yeah. Yeah, having a cleanse or a block debuffs or somebody in high resist would be very worthwhile, but I don't have that at the moment. So what I do have is this ring. This ring is going to get me over the top. So let's go ahead and level that up to 8. There's a 3-star Knight's Revenant ring. It's exactly what I needed. It's going to give me a little extra defense, a little extra attack. I could put Sinesha in the regen gear. I don't know that she's tanky enough for it to matter, but I could have done that. That's an extra 1,000 health. Nice. All right. I guess I got to run these guys up. I gotta start leveling them in campaign here. get that one out there and bring the other one. That's 8. Let me go get some energy, actually.
Yeah, I'll pull my CVC energy.
That's what it was. Okay. Here's the energy I was thinking about. 50. 150. Okay. I landed exactly at full energy. That's interesting.
You know, it did one key and just barely didn't get the 3.6 something that I needed. And it did the second key, and then it came out to 3.75.
Yes, I've done that before. That happened to me.
I was like less than 100,000 shy. I had to run it again, and then it did just 100,000 over.
That's so frustrating.
Ugh.
Now here's the thing.
Well,
I
at least
need
I got it.
Executioner at 4-star Ascended. If I ascend Executioner now, what would he give me? Forget. Let's get him ascended. So what happens? We go from this to this. Where are the skills? Increase defense and counterattack on him for 3 turns, but it upgrades that somehow. Let's look at that.
I remember what I need to do. I need to farm my
60% increased defense. Nice.
I need to see if I could farm these champions for just this year.
Yeah.
I'm kind of bummed I got rid of my spirit house. I
Yeah.
can do that and farm XP at the same time, so I guess it's not.
Yeah, go get another one. All right, so this is what I'm doing. I'm going to run up these guys to 30. I'm going to run up Executioner, who's now ascended, to 40. If I have to throw gear on them too, I will, because taking down the boss not only gets me epic materials from the Forge Crypt, from the Faction Crypt, but it also completes my advanced quests today, which gives me more energy and gems and all that stuff. Gets me closer to a legendary tome. So I'm going to throw this, let's see. Well, okay. Now, son, I'm going to hand this over to you for a bit. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in 5 minutes. So, you know, be funny.
Be entertaining.
Be entertaining.
Would you like me to dance for you?
I would. That would be
dance,
great.
Monkey, dance.
All right, so I will see everybody in 5 minutes. I said dance.
Bro, I'm not dancing for you. Go do whatever you got to do. All right. All right. Can we get it in 10? What do we think? Yeah. The rules have been thrown out of the building. The parents are gone. The party begins. We are free. We could do whatever we want now. Hashtag Team Sun. Hashtag get good. Have you ever never used a hashtag in my life, but I'll take it. Ten runs to get a War Maiden. We could do it. I believe. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of to the point where I believe after this Sunday, when the Void Keep opens, from there I'm pretty much in the clear straight to the end. So I need to get her another Spirit Host. That one is going to be for the fusion. I actually had a Spirit Host before. I think I brought her to level 40, not even thinking about it. And then she turned into level 50 for another quest and then became food for my kale. Good luck, sometimes it takes so long to get the drops. Yeah. This feels like, will I be able to pop into Discord VC later? Potentially. I've got family staying with me for a little bit while they're in town, so we'll see. Stream was a little bit of a surprise for me already, so. War Maiden Spirit host drops are super rare. Well, rare has never met the likes of Vergis. But yeah, Spirit host, she went to 50 and then got rocked. I was gonna say it feels like if this feels kind of like getting the percentage on gear drop like quests that you get early on. I think I had to do like 40, 50 runs. That was brutal. I'll probably have to do more than that to get this. But I've got, 400 energy. I'll get a little XP out of it at the same time. Yes, shine on us. Let the praise be. So while Cole's gone, give me the deets on these mythic champions. What's going on? Oh, another shield guy. They are basically going to be 2 champions in 1. That's higher base stats and can shift between 2 forms. That's kind of sick. Okay. So shapeshifter kind of deal. That's kind of cool. I can dig it. Now, are they actually possible to get? Is it like a new void, like sacred shards times 10 difficulty to get, or new shard? Okay, yeah, that seems about right. And then probably impossible to get. $300 a shard. Nice. 10 was not enough. I'll tell you how you're going to get the shards with the first 5 born children in your family. Can I not farm this? Am I not on brutal? Wait. I don't care if I lose 4 energy. Tricked me. I am on brutal. Damn it. Fell for it again. Wait, you're right though. I was only spending 4 energy on it. So why was this already on brutal? I didn't have to change it. You know what I bet happened? Because I went through the tab or the thing where you do the unlocks. Yeah, I went through the fusion portal. There you go. And it just defaulted me to a different level. That's brutal. Huh, no pun intended. So even though I kick back and they change it automatically to brutal. Man, why do they gotta do me like that? Because of the tavern. Yep. Is it a bug or is it a feature for them? We don't know. We don't know. But yes, I can farm it on brutal. I just already thought I was. Now we get to watch the same thing anyways. Welcome. Welcome, thanks. No apologies needed. Yeah, there's no being late. You arrived exactly when you intended to. That's key. Never early, never late. Right on time. All right, I say we start an illegal gambling ring. Who wants to bet on how many rounds this is going to take? 3,000? 4,000? Nah, it couldn't possibly be that bad, right? I think I just probably roll over and call it there. 500 energy is your bet? Well, see, that's the thing. I wonder, are the percentage chances to drop increased at the higher level? Because if not, it might be more efficient to run it at the lower level. Minus the fact that my food gets less experience. Brutal is higher chance. Oh, thank the gods. Yep, that's what I'm waiting for too, thanks. Higher level gives better rarity. Okay. Same chance for energy. See, I was thinking about just doing the boss. But I don't know what difference it makes. If it does make a difference, let me know. We'll just switch to the boss. Did we pull any new champs that you might not know about? The answer on that is going to be a no-go, Chief. We pretty much just don't touch our shards at all. Boss level gives way less experience. I was about to say they give energy now. Do I get a return on investment? Infinite energy resource? We finally done it. We don't need fusion anymore. We've got infinite boss technology. Slightly higher chance. Okay. Yeah, but I need so much food. Slightly higher chance. But if it gives way less experience, I think it'll even out. I say that, and then at one point I'm gonna run it the boss once, and then immediately get it. I really want an energy mine. That would be pretty sweet. That would be really sweet. fact, I just unlocked my 3rd level of the gem mine a little bit ago. Since we're not going for the fusion, I had all my gems. Not gonna lie, I think that's what happened to me. You mean the running this 300 times and then you do the boss ones and then immediately drops? That's exactly how my luck would go.
I'm back.
No, you're not. Get out of here. Nobody wants you here.
I don't, my name's on the thing. So
Yeah, this is the rule-free zone. Okay, this is the party zone. All right, this is the zone. Okay.
I'm
We don't
pretty
need
sure
no
that when
fancy rule follower
people
around
click
here.
on the Colred Plays live stream, they expect to see Colred playing something.
To see Sun absolutely dominating some War Maiden grinding. Okay, that's what they're here for. That's what the people want to see.
I am back. I am back.
See, party over. All right, turn the music off. Turn the lights out.
Tommy Dashed, welcome. Welcome, Ozzy. Welcome. We got some other people here. Oh no, thanks. Welcome. You are all welcome. Farming War Maiden. Let's see. Okay, there's a lot going on that I missed, but I will have to just focus on the last few minutes. Did you or Colred pull any new champs that I might not know about? I don't believe so. We haven't pulled champs since the last Big Shard pull. We didn't pull champs for this event. We have decided not to go for this fusion, although I'm trying to kind of hang around just in case something miraculous happens. Are champion drop chances higher and higher difficulty? Yes, they are. In campaign, if you're talking about, it's 1% at normal, 1.5% at hard, 2% at brutal. I'm not sure what it is in Nightmare. It might be... It jumps up a bit because you don't have mystery shards in Nightmare campaign. So the chances do go up. You want to farm... If you're going to farm champions, you want to try to farm them in brutal if you can. We have a gem mine. I really want an energy mine. Yeah, that would be nice. I guess technically you have an energy mine, right? Because it's like the energy just regenerate. But it would be cool if you could like buy an energy bank or like speed up the energy. That would be nice. I've always thought that they should do that.
Yeah, I guess the point, Tommy, would be maybe less time spent, but who knows?
If Colred was made into a raid champ, would he be Coldheart? Coldheart, I get you. I get you. Would he be Coldheart? I'd be Strategos Islin. No.
My first thought was he'd be Cobalt.
Cobalt.
like a kobold from World of Warcraft, you know, little
a
guys with the candle
kobold.
on there.
Yeah,
kobold.
With a K, with a K.
Yeah. And that was another question. Do campaign bosses drop champions at a higher rate?
I don't believe so. They drop they will drop a higher rarity of gear. So you can get rare gear from campaign bosses in brutal. Whereas you can only get common or uncommon from the actual stages. So you can get that's the bonus that the bosses give you. But they don't have a higher chance of dropping champions. Not as far as I know. All right, so I'm up to levels 24 and 25 here, but I'm at energy, so I need to go get some more energy. Look at this 100 energy here. Keep running this. Run in, and run in, and then. All right. So I realized I asked about the faction crypts before. By the way, I changed my shirt. If anybody can notice, this is like 1,000 degrees in this room. I had a sweatshirt on. It was just like, I spent those 10 minutes. I was not on the stream, just trying to position fans to like get the heat out of this room. You walk out of this room, it's like 10 degrees colder. But it is just, I don't know if it's just my computer producing so much heat or it's just hard to cool this room down. But yeah. So
imagine being in the cupboard under the stairs. It's rough down here, man.
You have your AC cranked to like 1 billion. Like your whole apartment is like 43 degrees.
Oh God, I wish. That would be so nice. Oh, I would love that.
This
no, it's
this is the Dutchman
like
for you.
73 now. He 73.
This is the Dutchman for you. He lives in the hottest place in America, and he has the most powerful AC he can find.
Yeah. Literally, they put in a brand new AC in here just this year, and that thing is pumping.
Yeah.
It's a champion.
It's just so funny to me. We need to get you out of Florida, man.
I know.
You need to get up north here. The weather is beautiful. Today is gorgeous. It's like 75 degrees, perfectly sunny, low humidity. I mean, September in New England is my favorite month anywhere ever. It's just the perfect weather. And after I get off stream, I'm going to go for a nice walk with my wife and my dog. And
my wife.
With my wife and my dog. And enjoy. The leaves are not starting to change yet. That'll be another probably 3 weeks. No, this is gorgeous. This is summer.
That's when I was there last, though, no?
Well, you were here in what, October? Or November?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact month.
Yeah, it was either October or November. It must have been, beautiful. You know what? It must have been either right at the end of October or the beginning of November, because we went to Madison Square Garden to watch the League of Legends.
Yeah.
Was it Worlds? It was Worlds, right?
It was Worlds, yeah.
We went to watch Worlds live at Madison Square Garden. And that was fun. That was really fun, but it was also exhausting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Bryce says, I think Iron Twins should be just key-based, and Minnow should give scrolls for the whole team as an incentive to farm a full team. There's so many energy sinks in the game. I agree on both points. I think Iron Twins having an energy basis is that's just mean. I don't know why that's not true for any other of the old well, no. I guess it's not true for any other place that requires keys. Right? So either be energy or be keys, but don't be both. But they want to like limit the number of times you can get in there, but they want to also get your energy out of you, which is like, that's just frustrating. And then Minnow, I don't think Minnow should drop scrolls for the whole team or whatever. Unless what you're saying is like there should be a bank and it just goes there and then you can distribute them how you want. And that's how I think it should happen. Like the account should gain the scrolls and then the player should be able to distribute them to whichever members of his roster he wants. That would be better. Higher graphics computer produce higher heat. Yeah, my computer pumps out a ton of heat. Arizona is hot, yeah. And so is Texas. There's more than one hot place in the planet. There's also more than one hot place in the United States. And Sun lives in one of them.
The humidity, man. The worst part.
Billion, welcome. How to take a break from my Avengers marathon. Just started Endgame. Yeah, I've done that. But it's a dry heat. That's true. I mean, that's the thing about both in Florida and in New England. When it's hot, the humidity is high. And, we can get humidity in the high 90s for a week straight, and it'll just stay there and never rain. And you're like, ugh.
Oh, you mean every day?
Yeah.
Welcome to my life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole eastern seaboard is like that. There really isn't a place on the East Coast that isn't humid. Like, you can go to Maine and it's humid. You know, it's up there, but it's humid. And so when it's hot and it's humid, it's awful. Now, I've been to Arizona. I spent a week camping in Arizona, and every day it was like 105 degrees. Every day. For 9 days straight, we were there. It was 105 every day. The cool days were like 102. But no humidity. Like zero humidity. So little humidity that you didn't even know you were sweating because the sweat would evaporate instantaneously. So your skin was dry, but you were sweating. And that's scary because you can dehydrate super quickly. You can get like heat stroke really, really fast. But like in terms of being able to endure the heat, like you could take a breath in and feel okay. You know, like it was warm, but it wasn't like when you take a breath, when you're in Florida and it's 105 and you take a breath in, you feel like you're being cooked from the inside. Because the humidity is 95%. At least that's been my experience.
Sounds about right. That's the way. We don't like it.
If they did it for full team gain, then it would be ideal for how we currently play with a single minnow farmer. If they just did it as a farmable item, people would have a permanent minnow team. That's true. Well, yes and no. It depends if it gave experience. If it still gave experience, what you would actually do is you would run up food champs in there. Because it wouldn't matter, like, they wouldn't get the scrolls. Do you know what I mean? You would use it as another place to farm food. If they took the XP away, then that would be, different.
Yeah, why can't we farm food, huh?
Why can't we farm food? That's all I've been doing all day.
Minotaur?
That's all I've been doing for like 3 days, is just farming food.
I know. You and I both, my friend.
It's all right. I'm going to beat this boss. That's what I want to do. I want to beat this boss. I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat this boss, but hopefully Executioner here is going to help me out.
You're gonna beat that boss. You beat that boss.
Don't mock me. Mocking me on my own live stream.
Mocking me on my own live stream?
I tease you.
I'm saying you're gonna beat that boss. Beat him good.
You also go, my wife.
My wife.
My wife. I have a wife. She's lovely. She's my favorite person.
She is lovely.
Yeah. So you can make fun of me all you want when I say my wife. Doesn't bother me at all. All right. I have yet more food to grind. Yet more food to grind.
Do you already have all your Justiciar champions?
No, I don't have. I have one.
Oh, sucks to suck.
Yeah, I got no drops when I was farming campaign.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying it now while I'm farming food. Not quite as efficient on the experience, but if I can get one or two drops, that's all I need.
I'm also like probably a whole week behind you at this point because of the potion keeps. Because you're ahead on the potion keep. And so now I have to wait for the rotation for everything to open. And I'm not going to get to Void by this Sunday, I don't think. So unfortunately, no. So I'm just hosed. I'm going to end up like I'm going to get to not Justiciar. I'm going to get to Relic Keeper like 3 weeks behind you. There's no way for me to catch up at this point unless I want to spend gems. So I've got to beat you in other places. If we're going noob versus pro, I got to beat you in arena and I got to beat you in clan boss. And then that'll help even me out. But if you keep beating
me in clan boss.
If you keep beating me in shard pulls, I don't know how I'm going to catch up.
It's the power of the RNGesus.
It's also if I keep coaching you. Like every time you get stuck, you're like, man, I'm so frustrated. I'm stuck. And I'm like, oh, you could just do this thing. And you're like, oh, that worked great. And then I'm like, damn it. Like I should every time you come up against an obstacle, I should just give you 24 hours to figure it out on your own. And then if you can't, then I can step in and give you advice. Because if I step in too early, you just end up, you're like, oh, solved it in half an hour. Like, damn it.
I mean, I still put in some work, you know.
You put in a lot of work. I'm not saying you don't. But there's a difference between putting in work and then having, you know, another player in your ear who's experienced and knows the easiest fixes.
True. You have a wife that is okay with your gaming and streaming? There's no way that is true. I call BS.
She's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
She is, in fact, okay with my streaming and gaming, although it was a road. We had to work our way through that issue. You know, because she's not a gamer. And so to have a non-gaming wife and a gaming husband is a little bit tricky. But we have figured it out.
VR a little bit.
What's that?
She liked the VR a little bit.
She did. Yeah, she played VR. She liked Beat Saber. And like she has played video games before, and you know, but she's not a gamer. She's not even in the category like next to gamer. She's not even like a casual gamer. She's a non-gamer who will
say she's not on the spectrum of gamer?
No, like the only spectrum of gamer that you consider her on is she likes party games, like, you know, when you guys come together and people like play charades or like, you know, stuff like that. Like she likes those kinds of games.
That dominoes game. Is that what those things are called?
Yeah, we got her into dominoes, which is like that's
like
like
the little tiles, like the game that you guys showed me, the
Yeah.
train game.
Yeah. Mexico train
They're serious about that.
Not really. Like that's the lightest, most casual end of board gaming possible. You know, is playing Mexican train dominoes. And it's not that it's not fun, but it's more fun for just being around the table with your friends and family and playing. It's like the game itself is not particularly compelling.
Then we did that other game with like the little the gosh, I wish I could remember these names. It was the card game with the dragon, like it's like a resource builder. You and I played that against each other, and I'm just over here just optimizing the crap out of it immediately.
Oh yeah,
that's my kind of game.
Yeah, well, that's called
Oh, it was fun.
I forget. I've only played that game like 2 or 3 times because I don't have anybody to play with. So when you were here, I broke it out. I was like, let's play. Yeah. So yeah, I'm huge into board games. I'm into card games. I'm into every kind of game. Like, it doesn't have to be a video game. I would happily never play a video game again if I had like gamers around me who wanted to play. Like, I would play real card Magic on a table with dice and stuff. I would love that. You know, the reason I play like Magic the Gathering online is because I don't have a community like that near me. But yeah, so I enjoy board games and stuff. So we play as a family, we play some dominoes, and occasionally we'll play a couple other games, but they're always party games. They're always like either super, super casual games or like sometimes classic board games. Like every once in a while we'll break out like a Scrabble or something. But yeah, you know, nobody's going to play like, you know, Board Game Geeks games with me.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. But she does, you know, we had sort of a struggle with when I was streaming early in our relationship. I streamed for like 5 months or something. And I was streaming a lot, and she didn't understand it. She had no reference point for it. And so that was a point of friction. And I dropped the streaming to make that point of friction go away. I wasn't doing it professionally. I was doing it for fun, but it was a lot of hours. And that was good. And it kind of, you know, changed things a little bit. And then after we got married, it was like, you know, she had a different perspective on my gaming. And now she's very supportive of the YouTube endeavor. You know, it's a lot of work, but she sees it, you know, she sees me doing it as seriously as I am, and she supports that. So.
Amen.
Yeah.
My wife.
Very
supportive.
Billion says, I'm thinking about having a break from raid again. The last two fusions really burned me out, as I did Emek on 2 accounts. Take a break from fusions. In fact, take a break from your alt account. Just focus on one account for a month and see if you enjoy the game. And if you still don't enjoy the game, then take a break from raid. But I think one of the things that we can do as players is we can like overdo it. I mean, every time I've gotten burned out from raid, it's because I'm doing raid while playing 2 other games. I've got 3 accounts going. You know, it's like if I'm trying to play League of Legends and I'm trying to play, you know, my solo player game, maybe I'm playing Football Manager and I'm trying to play raid. It's like because of the timers in raid and the constant need to get back here and do dailies and all that stuff, it just becomes overwhelming. But if I'm playing raid as my main game and I only have 1 account, it feels really fine and manageable. Or it did before I started doing this stuff. Now it's a little tricky.
Yeah, by the way, your turn to entertain people. I gotta
Yeah,
refill my drink.
I see that. And then what else have we got here? Not getting Annabelle today from 120 ancients, but getting like 20 epics also made me think of taking a break from it. The fact that you pulled 120 ancients today is like you're going for that.
Pretty gangster.
Yeah, you're going for that. My wife is that way too. She likes Audible books though, so I explained to her that gaming for me is the same as her Audible books, and she understood it right away. That's a good analogy, Tommy. And you know, honestly, like, I think one of the things that non-gamers think about gaming is that it's either an addiction and it's like unhealthy, or it's antisocial. And neither of those two has to be true. Like if you have good, you know, life, work, gaming balance, then gaming is just like any other hobby. You know, like there are people who are into, let's say, sports, but they're too into sports. Or maybe they're into sports, you know, just a little bit. And that can be true for gaming too. You can have it as like a casual habit or a healthy kind of main hobby, or it can be over the top. And so I think, you know, once she saw that I could game and hold the job down and have time for her and still do work around the house and like all that stuff, like I could fit it into my life without it being overwhelming. That helped. And then the second thing is she eventually realized it's not very antisocial. In fact, I have a lot of friends in gaming. I have a lot of people in gaming. We're socializing right now. And in fact, this is a more interactive social space for me than like the real world is. Like, where could I go and find 25 people or 50 people to have a conversation with about something? You know, it's like out in the real world. That'd be tough. That'd be tough to do. Not that you can't have friends in the real world too, but like, you know, having these big social groups is on a regular basis only happens in gaming.
Yeah, what cracks me up is the older generation. They're like, God, these games are rotting people's brains, and then they sit in front of a TV and watch that for 5 hours.
Right.
Like I am far more engaged and active and doing stuff.
Yeah, it rots your brain.
Staring at a screen. Yeah.
No, and you know, like my father does not understand video games. He doesn't understand video games. He never has. He's never really been interested. But he will play solitaire on his phone for 3 hours. I'm like, what? It's like, it's literally the least. Like if you sat down at a table with cards and played solitaire because you had nothing better to do, that would be the least interactive thing you could possibly do. And like the most mind-numbing thing, right? It's like completely, I mean, solitaire is fine. It's a waste of time, whatever.
It's kind of a power play though. Like if you just go sit in a room by yourself, like not on a phone or device with physical cards, and just play solitaire for 3 hours.
Well, yeah, but like for my generation, that's not a strange that's not a strange thing to me, because it's like I watched people do that my whole life. Like we'd go to the pool. You know, my grandmother would take us to the pool, like the public pool, and we'd go swimming. And she'd sit there under her umbrella and she'd play solitaire on the blanket while she was waiting for us, because she wasn't going to go swimming. She was just there for us, you know? And it was like, that's a thing that people would do. You know, could read a book, sure. But if you got bored with reading a book or you wanted to try something else, you play some solitaire. And it's, you know, she liked puzzles, so it's kind of a puzzle. But my point being that, like, that, you know, he doesn't understand this kind of game, but he's happy to play solitaire. It's like, this is extremely interactive. And I don't mind solitaire. Like if that's the thing that like helps you relax, great. That's what gaming is for. Gaming is for relaxing, or it's for being, stimulating your brain, or it's for like, I don't know, getting you all amped up or whatever you want it to be. So if that's what he wants his gaming to
Being
be,
victorious.
that's totally fine with me. I just don't, it's always been funny to me where he's like, you play all these games. And then I'm like, I've watched you play solitaire for 3 hours just sitting there. And he plays other games. He plays like, like Bejeweled type games. He likes those type games. But he doesn't play games with other people. And like he'll play cards with his friends. He likes that, but then he thinks that's a social form of gaming. He's like, his friends come over once a week, they play cards. It's like, so that's his social interaction. I'm like, I get to do that every day.
Yeah. All right, somebody bet it was going to take 500 energy to get a War Maiden. I'm at
Could be
350 down.
All right, well, I finally unlocked the Forge Pass here. Let's see if I can get through any of these Doom Tower waves. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that because the first one gives you energy, right? I gotta wait until I burn my energy.
Yeah.
But I can do the Forge Passes. Oh my gosh, Arbiter, go away. I don't want you here. Nobody wants you here. Go back to your weird in-between worlds thing. Defeat 50 Void champions, 25 champions in Classic Arena. Upgrade a champion in the Sparring Pit. I don't even have a champion in the Sparring Pit right now. Let's get that one going. And we need to get into the arena. We do need to do that.
That made me think, I should unlock more Sparring Pit slots, but they're 300 each.
Yeah. I wish.
By the way, if I collect these fragments, aren't they just gonna sit in my fusion thing forever and drive me nuts?
Yes. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to sit there forever. They're going to sit here forever in your fragment summons, just taunting you.
But if I don't claim them, then they're just gonna go to my mailbox, aren't they?
Yeah, you can't not claim them.
Oh, why? Why me? Not like this. I'm gonna hate the game just because I'm gonna be looking at 15 shards
Yeah.
the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh, my OCD is not gonna be happy.
Ugh. All right, so let's see about these faction crypts. What about this one? I still only have the. Oh, I've got that. Okay. You know what I have to do? I have to pull shards on my main.
Ooh, that'll be something.
Yeah, I'm going for this on the main, so I have to pull shards. I also should.
What's
that?
I was gonna say we're also coming up on the 4-hour mark, so.
Oh yeah. So maybe we can close with that. We'll hit 5 o'clock and I'll pull shards and then we'll call it a day. I also need to be making sure that I'm using all of my like daily battles and stuff over there because I've got to do a ton of Fire Knight. Let me just make sure I've got that stuff going. Where am I over here? All right, that guy's going. All right, let's get some. Oh, live arena. Live arena's open. Man, I don't know what it is about my blue stacks, but it is so slow.
Yeah, it's not great for me either.
I gotta like look into that, see if I can speed this up a little bit because it gets worse as the day goes on. Like there's some kind of memory leak or something going on. I don't know what it is.
Ooh, thank you for 2 books.
2 books?
Yeah, because you hit level 40.
Nice. Tag Team Arena Single Affinity. Tag Team Arena Single Affinity. Probably Void. Let's do that. Easy enough. Okay. So let me go back to chat here for a second. Chris says, I tried sending myself a referral link and made an account and everything, but it's not showing up on my main. Do you know why or what I could do? So we had trouble with that and basically get to level 10 and then wait like an hour. And if it doesn't work, then you got to try again. But we had to get to level 10 and then it still took like an hour before it actually like registered. Tommy says, same, if I could play a physical version of Axis and Allies, I would do that all the time. Come play with me. I would play Axis and Allies. I love that game. I haven't played it in like 25 years, but I would totally play that game. I'll also play Diplomacy. I'll play a 7-day version of Diplomacy live with people. Like, I would do that. Yeah, she does live on the edge when she gets 2 bombs. Mr. Fudan says, I agree. I was very hesitant of creating referral accounts for Raid because it's a time sink. Yep.
I see Ross's question. 343 autoplays? I thought those reset. I think that's because we both have a whole bunch of autoplay rewards.
Yeah. Yeah, the multi-battles, like, the ones that you get just keep counting up, and then they go first. So you're like reset, at your daily reset is at like at the bottom of a stack, and you have to burn through the entire stack before you get to those, which is, of course, unfriendly. It should be the other way around. That way you wouldn't burn through that stack as fast, but they make you burn through the stack. Yeah, I'm not worried about the pass. Like, it's just free resources, right? The more resources we get, the better off we are, so that's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, Mythic Champions, Steve, we just heard about that. Miller, welcome. Hey guys, how's it going? It's going well. It's going well. I fell asleep and missed the ancient shard in the market. Ouch. But you know what? Sleep is precious.
Or is it? As gamers,
you can't miss ancient shards. They will keep showing up until you've purchased 5 in a month. Yeah, but you can miss one for a particular day. So if you wanted to pull that ancient today, you might not see it till tomorrow.
The single kill is going to wreck me, isn't he?
Probably.
Nope.
Shakarian says, played a lot of Axis and Allies while I was a student. Great game. It is. I have fond memories of board games. There's so many board games that I love. And there's so many more board games I would play, or I always wanted to play and never had a chance to play, because it's like, I'd go into the board game shop that's like maybe half an hour away. You know, twice a year I'd run up there just to see what new games were out. And I'd be like, there are all these cool games, but I don't have anybody to play with, you know? And so I've got a closet full of games I've played like twice. It's kind of sad. That's why when you were here, son, we played that game, because I was like, I want to play this. I've been wanting to play this game for over a year.
Yeah.
I went to PAX East for a few years. I did it like 3 times. And that's really fun. But I actually worked that convention. So a friend and I, years ago, we went to, I forget the convention name, the one in Ohio, the big gaming convention in Ohio. I think it's in Columbus. And we met this group of guys who had just started a gaming company like a year earlier. And we enjoyed their demos and we played their games a lot. And so they were like creating a list of people who would be willing to demo their games for them at conventions and stuff. So we became friends with these guys over the years. My friend became closer to them than I did. I didn't see them as often. But so he would go to conventions like twice a year with these guys, and he worked on their like team of, you know, demo people. And so when they would come out east, whether it was Boston or New York or whatever, we would team up and we would go there. And so they buy your ticket to the convention, and then you have to work, you know, X number of shifts. Every company does it differently. But so we had to work. It was a 3-day convention, and we had to work 1 1/2 days. I think it was 1 1/2 days. So you had to work 3 shifts. And then you would have the other day and a half to just be at the convention. Actually, it might have been a 4-day thing, and we got 1 1/2 days off. It might have been 5 shifts. I forget. It was different years. And then you don't get paid for it or anything, but they pay you to, you know, they pay for your ticket to the convention, and then they would give us a free game. So every year we'd be able to get a, you know, one of their board games. So I have all of their board games now. And it was fun. And it was just a way to go there and like be part of the behind the scenes there, because you can get in early. You can meet the other, like there's an hour before where everybody's setting up, and you can meet all the people in the booths around you and just like, you know, play their games real quick, or like show them your game real quick. And it was really fun. And the great thing about being at a gaming convention, if you've never gone, is being surrounded by a bunch of gamers who love gaming with nobody else there. Do you know what I mean? So like you can nerd out as hard as you want, and people will cheer you on. You know, you'd be like, oh, this is amazing. You know, people dress up in cosplay. You know, they're playing games on the floor, just like in the middle of the room. You know, and it's like you have teenagers there, and then you have, you know, grandparents with their grandkids. Like it's just a huge mass of people, and everybody wants to play board games, or card games or video games. And it's just super fun. So if you've never gone to a gaming convention, if you've always thought maybe that's a nerdy bridge too far, I would suggest you try it at least once. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah. Have you been?
Yeah.
Which,
Oh gosh.
which
I
one
mean,
did you go
I
to?
went. I wish I could remember. It was one in Orlando. But I was like maybe 15, 16. But yeah, it was a like gaming convention.
Gotcha. Hey, Cransassin. Dude, welcome. New to the stream. Cransassin is in or is it Cran Assassin? Is it Cran Assassin or Cran Assassin? Sorry. I should know. So Cran is in my clan for my main account.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so we've been playing together for like a year probably. So it's good to see you here. And my partner is Sun. He is my editor. He is my YouTube editor and my friend of many years. And yeah. And he is the noob in the Noob versus Pro. So I'm the pro, he's the noob. He's kicking my butt. It's not really close. And it's going to get worse before it gets better for me, I think.
As it should be.
Yeah.
As it should be.
Yeah, right. I think everybody, like, no, my clanmates on Team Colred and the Cold Red Sun clan are rooting for me. Everybody else is rooting for you. But yeah, good to see you, Cran. Your game shop doesn't do Friday Night Magic. It probably does. There isn't really a local game shop. The closest game shop that does Friday Night Magic that I know of is about half an hour away. Not that that's super far, but it's far enough away that I can't just be like, I have to plan it, you know, and I have to plan it out. But I did it once like 10 years ago, and I haven't done it since. It wasn't a great Friday Night Magic group. I was kind of like, there's another one that's like 45 minutes in the other direction that I've done, which is good, but the traffic is really rough. So if you go there on Friday night, like you have to go at the right time, because even though it's only about 45 minutes away when there's no traffic, it's like an hour and a half when there's traffic. So that's kind of tough. That's more than I want to invest in. And then I'd have to start buying real Magic cards again, you know, and that's like a thing. So when I play online, I can just earn them through game time. But yeah, I do like the idea of Friday Night Magic, and if I had a local shop, I would probably do it.
Yeah, go there and do like a pack draft or something.
Yeah, Tommy, this is something we just said. Where are y'all seeing something about mythical champions? And Tommy Dash said, nope, I think that's the end of my raid career. I'll wait to see how it's implemented, but with Plarium, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a paywall to get these primal shards. I think so too. I think it's a problem. I think there's going to be a lot of backlash if they don't implement it the right way. And I don't trust that Plarium is always, they don't always make the best decision. Every once in a while, they surprise me and they make a very good decision. And I've talked about this before on the stream. I think Plarium has like two sets of executives or something. And one group is like, let's get every last penny we can out of these bastards. And the other group is like, let's make a really good game because people like the game and they'll be willing to pay. And so like they'll implement something that's kind of friendly to the players. And then the other group will be like, okay, now we can, get every last penny out of them. And it's like, no, just pick a lane. That, just pick a lane and stick in it so I know what to do with this company. Because I feel like I can't trust them, but every time I think I can't trust them, they do something nice for us. And then, I'm like, oh, maybe they're learning. And then they bleed us dry again. So, yeah, it's a little bit tricky with Plarium. I mean, again, like I said, I want the game to be successful. I like the game. I really like the game. This is a fantastic game. But when it comes to the monetization, it makes me like the company a little bit less than I would like to when they make such a good game. And that's true in other places. I mean, how many people have like gotten ticked off at Blizzard or, like gotten ticked off at Riot or something for something they did? Probably. I mean, Riot, it's more of a cultural thing than a money thing.
That's fair enough.
Do you remember? Maybe people, if you're a raid, if you're a League of Legends player, you remember this. There was a big backlash. There was like a social backlash about all the female character models and how hypersexualized they were in League of Legends. And they had like a panel with female gamers, and they, there were articles that came out, and there were community managers that were like, yeah, we're going to, and then the developers were like, we're going to change that. We're going to be like more body positive. They did all this stuff. And then the next character that came out was Nami. And she was a fish who was sexualized. And people were like, we just spent 2 weeks talking about this, and you bring out a sexy fish. What's wrong with
that
you?
Was so good.
And the funny thing about it was, like, on the one hand, I love Nami. She became my #1 champion for like the next 5 years, right? She's still my favorite champion in the game, probably. It's Nami or Leona. It's one of those two. And like, I don't care that she's a sexy fish or not. Like, it's not a thing, it's not about the character model. I just like the champion. But people objected. They were like, why did you do this? And then the response from Riot was, well, we already had her planned and designed. So we'll get to that body positivity stuff like later, like after the next 4 super sexualized female champions come out. We'll then start making them less sexy, and it's like, dude, that's not a clear like response to the objection. That's just be like, yeah, when it's convenient to us, we'll make them less sexy. It's like, you could have redesigned that fish. It would just close up, like just take the cleavage away. That's all you had to do was take the cleavage away. It's a fish with cleavage. What the fish. You don't need cleavage on a fish.
It was needed. It was necessary.
I mean,
how else am I gonna deal with you playing Nami in my lane? All right. I don't got
first of all,
some fish to look at.
First of all, when that Nami carries you to gold every season, you just love that fish.
Carries me to gold. Wow. Okay.
Carries you to gold.
We carry each other, okay? Gosh, my hair is all up in my face somewhere.
But yeah, sexy fish in League of Legends. It's like, come on, man. But they're afraid that if they don't put boobs on the character, the skins won't sell, and that's where they make all their money. And it's like you can make a pretty fish
Darn right.
without giving her human cleavage.
Yeah. Speaking of, what was that Lady Annabelle that you were talking about?
Right. I mean, it's an absurd character model. It's an absurd character model. Tommy Dash, support main, my arch nemesis. You're an 80 carry main, although you don't play anymore. So what you're saying is arch nemesis because you play with a lot of supports who aren't that good. But when you get a support main, you know that they play better than the average support that you get. Then you come to raid with changes like with champs like War Maiden and Cold Heart and so many others. Did I try it out? Doom Tower? I have not yet, Great Dane, but welcome back. Yeah, I mean, I think the character models in this game are also pretty absurd. I don't... My personal reaction is if you want female gamers to be interested in a game and to potentially play your game and, you know, like, why wouldn't you? Because there are a lot of female gamers and they'll spend money on a game. You have to create an environment for that. Like, there has to be a culture for that. Because a lot of gaming cultures are just toxic to women. And so the women who play your games either have to pretend they're not women or they have to be like, have really thick skin, you know, and be willing to endure the ridiculousness of the culture. You know, or you have to from the top down, you have to make the culture available to everybody. You have to make the community and the game available to everybody. And one of the ways you do that is just listening to gamers outside of your like primary money making demographic. You know, listen to people who are not just, you know, primarily white guys with disposable income, who are going to be the ones who, you know, pay for most of this stuff. And not because you couldn't design a game for other demographics, but just because it's easier to go after that demographic. You know, so whether it's people from different cultures, of different races, different, you know, groups, different sexual orientations, whatever, like, that's one of the things about when I was at the gaming convention last time, there was a whole section for LGBTQ plus games. It was really cool. And this was maybe like 5 or 6 years ago. And some of the game design was really interesting. And obviously I wasn't the main target of those games audiences, but I went through that section and I talked to the developers, and it was really cool to see how they were thinking about like the problems and the challenges of having a game design for a already smaller community that they thought was underrepresented and they wanted to represent. So like from the financial standpoint, it was kind of cool. All right, let's get some energy here.
Yep, I'm fresh out.
Fresh out of energy?
Yep.
Well, I need to just finish off Executioner, which it's not going to take me much. I think it's like one more fight. And then I can get back in there and see if I can close out this faction. And then I'm going to see about Doom Tower. And then I'm going to play some more. And then I'm going to make a video. And then I'm going to do more raid. I have to take a walk with my wife and my dog. My wife. I have to take a walk with my wife at some point. It's such a nice day out. I don't want to waste it.
I got a Hex Weaver.
Yeah. Who doesn't place Hex?
Facts.
Like, what? I mean, she came out before Hex was in the game. But as soon as you put Hex in the game, wouldn't you rework the champion named Hex Weaver to just have a skill with Hex on it? It doesn't even have to be a good one. Just somewhere in her kit, put Hex. Or change her name. Call it like Shadow Weaver or something instead of Hex Weaver.
It's a fair point.
That champion annoys me.
I was really hoping it was going to be one of the rares I needed. I love how Dan, you have such high expectations of us. He's like, do the fusion. It's like we can't do the fusion. Beat the first boss in Doom Tower. Do it right now. It's like I can't even get past the first stage. I'm sorry.
Talking about like dancing, right?
Well,
Being a little bit of a dancing monkey. Whenever Great Dane comes into the room, I feel a little bit like I feel like a little bit like a vaudeville dancer.
Turn it
And
on.
he's got coins that he's ready to throw in my hat, but he's like, what are you gonna do for this quarter? What are you gonna do for this quarter? You gonna show me something? I've already seen that. Show me something new. Here's another quarter.
Dance. Dance for me. Do it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I can entertain you, Dane. You know, that's why I'm here. I am in fact here to entertain you and to you know, inform you and to enjoy my, you know, myself as well. But yeah, but I you know, it's kind of like, I feel a little bit like a jukebox sometimes. It's like, hey, play the hits. I want to see the clan boss, kid. Show me the clan boss. You know.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't want to hear any new material.
I don't think I've heard you do that accent before. That's a good one.
You like that one?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all fresh out over here. Everybody can watch me play Cyberpunk now. There you go.
Don't you have an alternate account? Don't you have arena tokens?
Yeah, I do, but I can't beat any of the guys I'm against.
Yeah, but then
another chat from Great Dane. You can do it.
Are you in gold right now, or are you in silver?
I'm in silver because I dropped my defense.
Okay.
In potential chance of doing this. Well, yeah, I'm sure I could beat some of these guys, but can I beat this guy? I probably can't beat this guy. We're gonna try to beat this guy.
There you go. Every time
Great
we
Dane
get towards
with another fiver, he could do it.
Every time we get to the end of a, oh wow, Dane, now he really is throwing quarters at us. Like, hey man, I got a $5 bill. Dance. Great Dane, that's very generous. Thank you so much. Actually, I sincerely appreciate it. It's very cool to all of a sudden be monetized for the first time and have people who we've been talking with for, you know, a little while be willing to actually support us through the monetization, actually with actual money. Like, it's a strange experience. I do not take it for granted. It's very cool. And yeah, you know, it's also one of those things where it's like, I know that moving forward, that's going to have to happen more if we're going to be able to continue doing this in the long run.
That is true.
But, you know, right at the beginning, I just want to acknowledge, one, that, you know, people have been supporting us like very vocally. A lot of you have communicated with us via Discord, via the comments in the videos, here in the live stream, you know, and it's been a great experience to have that kind of support, to know that we're doing something that people are appreciating. And now we're layering on this monetization of our channel in the hopes that we can do this at some point full time. That's the goal, is to make this a job. But we don't take that for granted. That's a big step. That's a big step to go from just, you know, supporting somebody vocally to supporting somebody with a subscription, with a, you know, with a donation, whatever it happens to be. So yeah, just want to say thank you for everybody who's out there. It is our intention to continue to just, you know, like I said, I was making a joke about selling out in the last stream, and I'm like, that's not what this is about. This is about, you know, providing good content and hoping that content is good enough to make people feel like they want to opt in somehow and support us. And, you know, so it's a reciprocal thing, you know, like without you, there's no us. And obviously with us doing what we're doing, we want to make sure that it gets out there and entertains. So, you know, all jokes aside, you know, we're not dancing monkeys, but we are in fact trying to entertain and inform people. So I hope we're doing that. So thanks, Great Dane. I appreciate it.
Well said. Well spoken.
Thank you. Tommy says there's actually precedent for that. They changed the name of Stalwart to Rock Beast when the gear set came out. Yes, they did. And that was a good change. Stone Skin. It was Stone Skin, not Stalwart. Yeah. How did you get your referral links to work?
By the grace of God.
I do. So this is my method. I'll run it down really quickly for you. I've said it before, but this is what I do. I create a new instance of BlueStacks on my computer. Once I have that, I install Firefox as the browser. So I get rid of Chrome because Chrome doesn't work for me for some reason. I install Firefox. I use the link in Firefox to download the game. And then that usually works. The one thing you have to worry about is you do have to put in a Google account. It doesn't have to be like the normal account. You can use the period trick where you do like, so if your email were like, you know, I don't know, if your email were vrist, you know, vrist.lol at Gmail, you could do vrist.lol or you could do vr.vrist.lol, like, and that would be the same one. So the emails would go to the same place and they count as the same thing, but they actually count as a different email. So you can get a different rate account with that same email. So you could do that like 10 times. But yeah, you have to do that. Yeah, good luck, Frist. I hope it works. Tommy Dash says, one of the only ways I'll like mythical champs is if they change Lydia, Arbiter, and Ramantu into mythical champs, but you know they won't. That's a good point. They might change certain champs into mythical champs. I wonder what the difference... I mean, I'm going to have to go and watch the videos. I wonder what the difference is going to be. I'll probably put a video out on this for tomorrow. Because it seems like the biggest thing that could be happening in Raid, you know, like ever. So we're going to have to cover it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is this not... What is going on? All right, so let me get into
shard pulls.
Not yet. I know it's 5 o'clock. You want to do shard pulls? I have to try this. I have to try this faction crypt on stream before I. So we, you know, this is the big payoff here with the faction crypt. Let's see if I can get through this Knights Revenant boss.
Okay.
So I've got it. All right, I've got these guys up to. Let me get them up to 30 just to say I've got them there.
I believe.
I hope so.
Well, now I don't believe anymore. That was not very convincing. I've lost faith.
I said I hope so, as in I hope you believe, not as in I hope so.
No, you hope so.
All right, you know what? I don't need that. I don't need that right now. I don't need that negativity in my space. Thank you.
You're the one being negative. That's why I lost faith.
I wasn't being negative. Hope is the most positive thing. Okay, so let's see if the trash 30s can get through the waves and actually get to the boss, because that would take more hits, because the boss one-shots people. But if he has to one-shot all 5 people, then that gives me more hits. Oh, no, that didn't work out. So I'll get there with 3 this time instead of 2. And the bombs didn't go off, which is good. So let's see. This is going to be... I hope this is going to be close, at least. Double stun there. All right. Now, Executioner is the one who's going to get... I wanted him to get his increased defense up. Sinesha has the heal. If he got his defense up and then Sinesha could have healed him, that might have been enough to at least get me a little bit further. Nope. Okay. So I'm going to keep on working on that because I think I can maybe get through there. But do people want to see shard pulls? Give me a shout out if you want to see shard pulls. I'm gonna Great Dane says, make it rain. I'm gonna do shard pulls on my main if people want to see it. So I have to do it like a video because I'm gonna put it out as a video. So you can all be behind the scenes. I'll do it as a video. You'll get to see the video live, and then I'll put the video out later.
Do it live.
You might want to take a timestamp so you can like find it more easily, son.
Oh, well, hopefully record it. That would be better.
I'm recording it in the stream. So take a timestamp of the stream. You know what I'm saying? We're going to give everybody a little bit of a behind the scenes look on how we do a video here. And everybody who watches this at a later time is going to be like, what's going on there? Pull those rares. Shard pull, shard pull, shard pull. Dane will donate for shards. Dance, monkey, dance. Okay. So first of all, I think I got to log out of this. I got to switch over because I'm not pulling these shards on my blue stacks with them going so slow. So it's going to take, I need to wait like 3 minutes here for my Fire Knight battle to complete. Let me turn off that multi-battle. So it'll complete. Actually, it won't take 3 minutes. It'll be pretty fast. The problem with mythical champs is that it's just willful power creep. Based on the kit of the champ showcased by NOOB raids, Terrace won't even be close to the best HP nuker in the game anymore. You're right. When you're right, Tommy, you're right.
Do you want to remove me, or are you going to keep me for the polls?
I'm gonna remove you for the polls. We'll just do it like a regular video. It would be confusing for people if you were just sitting there in the corner being like,
just sitting there, just staring.
Your screen's not doing anything.
It's like my monitor to watch everything is over here, so half the time I'm looking over there to see the chat and stuff.
Yeah, so I do want to say this to Tommy. Tommy, when you are right, you're right. But you're wrong about Islin. I think you're wrong about Strategos Islin. So when you're wrong, you're wrong. But when you're right, you're right. And I do think it's willful power creep, and it is entirely based around a money grab. We want to introduce something new that's going to excite the player base, bring people back, get them to spend money. And this is one of the things that it's going to do. But potentially, if they do it wrong, it's going to tick so many people off, they're going to leave the game instead of come to the game. Great Dane says, I only donate for shards if you use that on alt account so we can beat Team Sun. Yeah, that's also a free-to-play account, so I appreciate it, but you should pull shards. You don't have to be free-to-play. Nub's showcase shows the passive on the champ gives him 1% crit damage for every 1k HP they have, and that's on top of having higher base stats, so he can probably get to 150k HP easy. That's just silly. I know you don't think you're wrong on Strategos Islin, but we'll see. You and I will have a long talk after I get him in the fusion and start running him through some content. We'll have a nice little tete-a-tete after that comes down the line there. All right, so let me jump out of here.
Nice little powwow.
And also let me jump out of here. Let me sell these first. Oh, damn it. Look at these boots. How almost perfect are these boots? I'm going to keep them. I'm going to keep them anyway. Maybe I can roll enough crit rate somewhere else. I mean, I could put them on Genbo. He only needs 70% crit, and that accuracy would help him. I think right now he has 6-star crit damage boots though, so I don't know if I want to switch him to Savage. I don't have to think about that. How almost perfect are they? I mean, they're 5 stars. Whatever. All right, let me get out of here. Now let me do this first. I've got to do this first. Then I got to do that. Then I got to do this. There's always a thing to click. There is always a thing to click. All right. Oh, you can't see it yet. That's interesting. Oh, is it on mine? There we go. Like that should have popped up right away. Colred G.
Yep, I'm still there too, by the way.
Okay. So, I'm just going to check out what I have to do here. So, let's look at the event. It's a summon rush. And what are the point totals for me? 2150 and 3000. So I can either pull 4 sacred shards and then get the rest with like mystery shards, or I could pull 6 sacred shards. Now, if I pull 6 sacred shards, again, we got to go for a champion chase down the road. But champion chase is going to be really easy for me because even if I don't have shards, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. I should do this as a video. You're right. I should just do this as a video. So let me get you out of there. Are you ready, folks? Are you ready for the behind-the-scenes video action here? It's going to crack me up. I wonder if YouTube's going to flag this, because if I do it as a video and then put it out as a video, they might say it's the same content. They don't like you doing that.
No, you can re-upload stuff from your live streams.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm saying is the live stream will be up, and then anyway, we'll see. We haven't done it before, so it'll be something new for us. Okay.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna mute you. Oh, it's funny. I can still hear you. That's right. Okay. I can still hear you, so that wasn't helping. I gotta mute you in Discord.
Take longer pauses.
Take longer pauses. That's a good one.
Can you go to that screen like after you do the introduction? No, before.
All right, there he goes. Now he's gone. Finally some peace and quiet. Finally some peace. Okay, so let's do this as a video. All right, so let's see. I need to get in my space. I got to think about this. Usually I do a sound check, but I know the sound is good. And usually I don't do it with my earbuds. Okay. Let's see. I'm sure this is all very fascinating. I got to click all the red dots and clear them. Otherwise, I'll obsess about them during the video. I just have to do that. Some red dots can stay. This one doesn't bother me. Oh, I can go. All right, here we go. All right. I'm very self-conscious right now. Okay, here we go. I can hear, like, I have Sun muted. I can still hear him. You know what I mean? I can still hear him. I know he's there in that stream just talking right now. The people in Discord. All right. Here we go. Hello and welcome to Colred Plays Raid Shadow Legends. I am Colred. Thanks for being here. The portal is orange, which is fake orange. It's not a real orange. But we do have a big shard pull event right now because we have the Strategos Islin fusion going on. So we are going to be pulling for this. I am going after this champion. I know that a lot of people are not high on this champion, but I think he's going to be fantastic. So I have to complete this summon rush in order to get my Strategos Islin. Now I'm looking at the point totals here. I need 2,150 points for the 5 fragments, or I can go for the 3,000 points for the additional 10 fragments. Now, based on the points per shard, you can see 500 points per shard here in terms of sacred shards. I could pull four sacred shards for the champion fragments at 2,150, or I could pull 6 for the 3,000 point total. Now, I don't know which one I should pull yet. I haven't really decided. There's also a champion chase coming up in a week, which is the other event. I need at least 5 fragments from this event, and then I would need the full 15 from that event. Or I could get the full 15 here, and then just get 5 from the other event. Now, the thing about a champion chase is you can get points for getting champions from any source. And so if you have saved fragment summons, like I have, you can use these for points, and you don't have to pull shards. So if I wanted to hold on to my shards, if I was really, that was something that I wanted to do, I didn't want to give them up for some reason, then I could potentially just get the 5 points from today and then go ahead and go after the full champion chase. I'm sort of leaning in the other direction. I'm leaning on pulling the 6 sacred shards. And the reason I'm leaning in that direction is because I do have a good number here. I've got 15. I didn't pull during the 2 times event last weekend. So I've saved up the shards specifically for this fusion event. And I think I can get the first 5 fragments from the champion chase just by pulling some of my fragment summons in here. So if the point total is low enough, I won't have to use any shards at all. There is a 2 times void weekend going on next weekend, so I will be pulling whatever void shards I have. And you do get decent points for pulling void shards in the champion chase. So if I have, say, 12 or 15 of those at that point, then that would be a bunch of points that I would get there from shards as well. So I think what I'm going to do today is I am going to pull for the full amount. I'm going to pull for 6 shards, I believe. Now, just a quick look at the 10 times events that we have going on. We have a Lady Kimmy, a Ragash, and we have Elva Autumnborn. We also have some decent epics. We have Cryoden the Blue. We have Lady Annabelle, who is an excellent solo solution for Bommel. So if you need a Bommel solution, if you don't have one yet, she is very good. And then we also have wiring in the Silken, who I think is a pretty meh champion. I don't think she's that great. She's decent for faction crypts, but otherwise I wouldn't get too excited about her. Now, as far as these champions are concerned, I already have the Ragash and the Lady Kimmy, so the Elva Autumnborn would actually be a really nice win for me. I think she would be fantastic. My Sylvan Watchers faction is fine, but she's a great support from this faction, so I would like to use her in some other content. And then otherwise, I have everything I need. So I'm not really going for any of the 10 times champions, but if I pull an Elva, I'll certainly be happy. I'm always still looking for my Duchess. I'm always still looking for a Prince Kaimar. I don't have either of those on my main account. So if we get lucky here, we'll see. Now, I did hit my Mercy. I hit my Mercy counter during the last time I pulled Sacred Shards. And I think that was during the guaranteed, or the bonus legendary. It was the hit one, get one kind of event. So I'm not in Mercy. I'm not even close to Mercy. And with 6 shards, we probably won't hit. The only epic out there that could help me is Geomancer. So if we get a Geomancer, I will also consider it a win. Again, I think of this as part of a guaranteed champion event because it's part of a fusion. So I don't really need any extras. If I get extras, that's just, you know, the cherry on top, really. So I'm just investing these and getting my Strategos Islin. Okay, so that's it. Let's go ahead and pull. Let's see what we get. I'm always excited to pull shards, even if it's just during a one-times event. There is no extra here, but I'm trying to think of the fusion as the extra value. So let's see what we get, and we'll see if there's something that surprises us. Right away. And it's Elva! It's Elva! No way! How exciting is that? That's literally the 10 times champion, so the 10 times sometimes works. I think this is only the second 10 times champion I've ever pulled. That's pretty fantastic. Right away, I'm excited. So let's see. The A1 has a continuous heal buff on the ally with the lowest HP, so that's a nice little bit of survivability. You have a 100% chance of removing all debuffs from all allies. Also places a block debuffs buff and a increased speed buff on all allies. This is one of the best cleanses in the game. So this is right up there with like Cardiel's cleanse. So you get that block debuffs and the increased speed on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. It's very nice. The A3 revives a single target ally with 40% HP and 50% turn meter, then places increased defense and increased attack on that ally for 2 turns. This is on a 3-turn cooldown. Very viable in Arena. Her passive heals each ally by 10% of their max HP at the start of the turn, so it's kind of like Syl of the Drakes, but it's at the start of their turn, not the start of her turn. So that's the one difference there. And then places a perfect Veil buff for 1 turn on the ally with the lowest HP at the end of this champion's turn. So when she goes, she places perfect Veil out there. So the passive is even maybe a little bit stronger than Syl of the Drake's passive. Finally, she has ally speed in all battles. That's really great. She is usable in Clan Boss, and in a lot of cases, you can use this ally speed in all battles in that Clan Boss composition. So exciting, fun champion. I can't believe I got her on the first shard. That's really fun. Yeah, so already super successful. And again, remember, we're going for the Strategos Islin, so this was just gravy. That's all this was. This was just an extra nice, friendly pull here. So awesome. Very excited. All right, let's go ahead and see what we get out of these next bunch here. Okay, Morag Bronzelock, really cool epic. I'm actually building one right now. I'm excited to see what she can do. She is an ally attacker, and she also has a strengthen. So very cool for some boss fights out there. Let's pull the third one. Another epic that we're not really going to talk about, Seneschal. I like his name, but other than that, there's not much to him. Tayrell, I don't know why I seem to pull more Tayrells than anything else. On this account, he was like my 3rd or 4th epic, and I've probably pulled 10 copies of this guy over the years. So yeah, good champion, worth considering if you're in an early game account and you don't have a better drop defense option. He's got a stun on a 2-turn, he's got a 2-turn stun. Where is it? Here, stun debuff for 2 turns. There are only a few champions in the game who can do that. And it actually lands a decent amount of the time. So, all right, let's keep pulling. I think we need 2 more. Rain Beast, not particularly exciting there. I'm just going to double check to make sure I don't pull past my point total. I think that was 5. So let's see where we are. We are closing in on the 10 fragments here. So I'm going to go ahead and pull 1 more shard. that barrel sitting out there with only 500 more points is fairly tempting, but I might go after that with mystery shards. I'm not going to pull an extra sacred. Okay, so this is the last pull. Let's see if we get really, really lucky and this becomes just a fantastic. No, it's still good though. Logic Falconheart. All right, we got our fragments for the Islin fusion. Strategos Islin. We're going to pick those up right now. Get the XP boost. We'll hold that energy out there for a little while. And like I said, I might go after that XP barrel with some mystery shards. It depends. We still have over 2 days worth of this event. I'm not going to pull any more major shards here, but just in 2 days, I might end up pulling 500 mystery shards because we do have a champion training event going on as well. And so that could kind of triple dip there, right? Get that champion training event, get the food that I need, and go ahead and get that barrel. I'm going to have to sit there with that red dot on the screen for a while. Enough with the pop-ups, geez. But that's okay. I know what that one's all about. It's about that energy that's sitting there for me. All right, so I don't know if you are going for Strategos Islin. If you are and you've decided to pull for this event, I wish you good luck. If you've already pulled, let me know in the comments below what you hit on. Did you hit on a great epic? Did you hit on a great legendary that you were hoping for? Or did you completely miss? Because sometimes that happens too. All right, thanks so much for hanging out. I've been Colred. I will see you all in another video very soon. Oh, I don't have to stop it. I can just keep going. All right, let me unmute Sun here. Hey, welcome back.
What up?
So how'd that go?
Good. I would say you performed well under pressure.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to do it in one shot there. I didn't have any reshoots. Normally it takes me like 5 tries to get my intro, but that time I just went with it.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, it just flowed right through. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe we should just put an audience on you whenever you record a video.
I've always been a game day player, man. I've always been a game day player.
Yeah.
But all right, let's see what Chad has to say about that. I hope everybody enjoyed that little.
They were excited about that Elva.
That was exciting, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see. I got 2 words for you about a gaming company that started to do the wrong things to a completely perfect game. Blizzard. Yep. Let's see. Okay, get it back, blah, 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 red dot, OCD. I have it too. I'm watching you. Oh, your son's here. Funny to watch. Glad it's not me. You're grinning from ear to ear. Hey, Shikarian got Cryodan on his new account today from an ancient shard I bought in the market. Well, that's awesome, I guess. He will pull Elva. Steve called it. Calling the shot. He will pull Elva. Wow. I pulled for a Vergis, didn't get him. I'll pull on a 10 times for any strong skinwalker, my favorite faction. Fair enough. Steve, you did call it. That's impressive, man. That is impressive. Content creator luck. That's never been the case, Tommy. Not in my entire life have I ever been lucky about anything. I am a grinder, man. I have to make my own luck. And that's always been true. It feels lucky. It does feel lucky when you hit on a video and, you know, but I mean, out of all the shard pull videos I've made like 3 where I didn't pull anything, like literally nothing. I go through all my shards. I get nothing. So, Gratz, she is awesome. Thank you. Amazing luck. You should do live pulls from now on. That'd be nice. I should pull for other people, Bryce, right? Use that content creator luck for the benefit of my viewers. She's also in a lot of duo strategies referring to your video. Yes, she is. Tyraku had a bunch of videos with her and other champs duoing. Yeah, I like Tyraku. He's actually a really good content creator, and I've been watching him more and more lately. And I think he might be one of the best out there right now because he's pushing the theory crafting. And like he's pushing content. He's coming out every day. So I actually watched one of his videos today. And the annoying thing about his video, I think it was his video this morning, is I was going to do a video on that topic in like the next day or 2. And then he did it. And he did it well. And I'm like, damn it. so I have to move my schedule. I'm going to have to wait a month to do it. And then I'm going to have to like focus on something differently, you know? So yeah. I think Strategos is the gravy here. Elva definitely took over the meat and potatoes. I know we might not agree on Strategos, but I know you'll be building and booking Elva first. You think so? You think I'll be building her first? I have her role pretty much covered. But I might. I mean, honestly, right now, I have several champs I have to build. So actually, if we look at my roster, this is where I'm at right now. I'm kind of crazy. I have been farming Newt's masteries to try to finish his masteries off. I've been farming Artak's masteries. I just finished those off. Where's Artak? Here he is. I just finished him off, so he is now fully built out. I have been farming Annabelle's masteries because I need her to solo Bommel for me because my one-shot team is just a mess right now because I don't remember how to build it. Then down here, you go down here and it's like, okay, so I now have full masteries on Trunda. Lydia, I'm still farming masteries on. Emic, I'm still farming masteries on. He's almost complete. I just 6-starred Lady Kimmy like a few days ago. I have to build her out. I've got your Carl sitting here. I want him. Let's see. Who else do I have? You know who I just pulled? I just pulled not that long ago. I pulled Tamisia during the last 2 times Void event. I have Sun Wukong here. Now I have Elva. I also have Tyrant Ixlamore. I have Kandrafon. I have Urost the Soul Cage. I have Roshkard the Tower. I have Lenathril. I've got Elenarl. I've got Annex. I've got Mistwriter Dathi. I've got Calvalax. I've got Tatura Rhymehind. This is probably my next 6-star. Under Priest Brogdon. That's probably my next 6-star. I also want a 6-star Murag Bronzelock. What other epics do I want a 6-star? I kind of want a 6-star Golden Reaper. I definitely want a 6-star Akemptum. He was supposed to be the next 6-star. So, I need a lot of 6-stars. And I need to grind a lot of masteries and all sorts of stuff here. So I need books. I need books desperately. Yeah. I even just got a bunch of cool new epics. I got Wuzgar, I got Prundar, and I got Ethlin the Golden. Like all 3 of those seem really cool. I've got Firegun Isbel sitting there. I just got Stagnite during the Guaranteed Champion event. I got like 20 champions I want a 6-star. So picking the next one, I've got Wella here. It's silly. It's silly how good these champions are. I've got a 6-star somebody. I've got enough. I just 6-starred Lady Kimmy, and I think I've got enough for. Let's see. So I've got 15 5-star chickens, plus I have 2 more 5-star chickens there. And then I think I might have. I'm going to have a couple after this champion training. So realistically, I can 6-star 3 champions. And I'll do that during the second champion training event, probably. So I don't know that Elva or this guy will make the list, Islin, but I might have to just because I've gone out on a limb and I've said to everybody and I've defended him over and over again that I think he's a great champion. And so I might just have to put my money where my mouth is and actually build him out. I think I have to do that. Okay, let me see. Tributor says, at Colred, I decided to pull on Strategos' event, but it looks like my novice tournament is sticking around and not letting me participate yet. I managed to pull a Marishka. Well, congratulations. That's fantastic. You just won the game. I thought my shard pull event was successful. You pulled a Marishka, and your novice tournament is still there. You're in the first 48 hours of an account, and you have a top 5 champion in the game. That's insane. That is insane. Congratulations. That is just fantastic. I hope you enjoy it. It's a champion I'll never see. The ones where you get nothing don't count. We don't count those. Anytime you pull something on video, it's CC good luck. Okay, that's good to know. That's fair. That's fair. That makes sense. He is pushing daily content with what his wife is going through says a lot to his work ethic. I'm not sure. Are you talking about Tyraku? Is something going on with his wife? I feel like I missed something. I didn't know there was anything going on with his wife. I'm sorry to hear that. Shukarian says, I use Elva both in Clan Boss and Doom Tower. Yeah, she's good in a lot of places. How many 6-stars do you have currently? I just showed, so I don't know. It's like, if I had to count just my 6 stars. Let's look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 65, 66, 67. 67. I have 67 6-stars. And then I have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 78. Actually, I think I miscounted. But I have something like 80 level 50s. Red dots. Gotta get the red dots. So let me just see the last thing here. So, all right. So free to play life. I'm in the same boat. Many 50s without masteries and books. Yes, I would say Elva is very top tier. I agree. She's fantastic. Put that money on. Let's see how wrong they are. Yeah, I'm gonna see. I feel like Islin's gonna be a lot of value. I think he's gonna be a lot of value even with the champions I've got. Like building him. I think if I told people in general, I was like, I'm going to build Strategos Islin before I build Kandrafon, before I build Calvalax, before I build Tatura Rhymehide, before I build, like, if I just told people like 10 of the champions that I have sitting there and I said, I'm going to build him before those 10 champions, I think everybody would think I was crazy. But I think he's going to provide value that none of those champions do. And that's the thing about it. Like, as a free-to-play player, I'm trying to find value for my roster that I need. And none of those champions bring me something new. This guy does, I think. It would just don't think he will hit hard. Ally protect champs don't tend to hit crazy hard. That's true. His wife had a bad foot injury. She might lose toes. You can filter. It shows how many prize in filter. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't realize that. That's really unfortunate. I hope she recovers well and quickly. Okay. So yeah, that's where my account sits. I definitely think that Islin is going to be fun. And I love regen tanks. Like, Sud will tell you every game we've ever played together, I play a tank. That's just the way it goes.
Yep.
So
darn dirty DPS.
Yeah, you're the dirty DP. Yeah, the damn dirty DPS, and I'm the tank that stands in front. So even when I play League of Legends, I'm still a support, and I usually run tanks, with the exception of Sexy Fish. I run Sexy Fish and tanks.
Amen.
So yeah. Okay. All right. So that is it for us today. Yeah, we're at the 5:30 mark. We were going to stop at 5. But just to let you know, I think this is the new plan. We are going to be doing a weekly stream at this time on Fridays, as long as we're here and there's not something specific that we can't do it for. But so this is at least our 1 day a week stream, and then we'll consider adding another day. It may be that day bounces around a bit, and then you could just rely on the Friday stream. So I hope you come back and join us. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you as well to our donators today who did the shouts. And so that was Knock and Great Dane, I believe, right?
Yeah. So breaking new frontier.
Yeah, breaking new ground there. Thank you very much for those donations. That was fantastic. For those stickers. Were they stickers or were they thanks?
Super chats? I don't know.
Super chats.
They were super chats.
Yeah, it's all the same thing. But thank you so much. Yeah, and we'll have another video out tomorrow. Definitely check that out, and then we'll update you on Noob vs. Pro again in a week. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Son, you want to say goodbye?
Have a good one, everybody. Take care.